Hello, everybody! Welcome back and welcome in to the heckin' 10K special. Web captioner is not grabbing my captions, but you know, that's how it be sometimes. That's how it be sometimes. Hello, hello. It is fish. Look at the fish. Everybody, we're in an aquarium. Today we are under the sea. Under the magical ocean. Wow, wowie, wow, wow. Look at us, hanging out with our fish friends.
Jeremiah 003 cheered. X 510.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah. Appreciate it so much. Oh my goodness. And Splat Woomy, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the little clouds. It's a wild sea dog. It is. How's our dear plush of comfy vibes? Doing good, doing good. Fishes, I love fishes. Good, you should love fishes. Look at all these friends swimming around. Ah, I'm no longer the color of the ocean. My camouflage is ruined. I'm now just simply bright yellow. So glad to finally catch one of your streams, Sky. You practically invaded my TikTok's FYP. Let's go! Got here from Insta? Welcome in from Insta. Goldfish, Sky. Goldfishes are like orange, though. I'm bright-ass yellow. Boop. This guy's just a different kind of fish. The dragonfish. Rawr. Oh my goodness. Clownfish, Sky. I'm not a clown. You're the clown. Oh my god. Since you're a plushie, can I ask for cuddles? You know, I don't know if cuddles would be great right now because I'm submerged in the ocean and it's gonna be very wet. Golden Sky from FNAF. Oh my god. I'm a dragon. Rawr.
Gamer Kingdom 9 cheered. X 100. Here we see the famous sea cow.
I am not a sea cow! I'm a leafy sea dragon, okay? Okay, I'm a sea dragon. That's a thing.
Wow.
No, moo. No. Do not wow. Do not wow for that. That is incorrect facts. Incorrect facts. No, not sea cow. Not a sea cow, just a regular, just a plush dragon.
GSRSESGS cheered. X 100. Skytia Sky Cow.
Oh my god. I'm not a sea cow, chat. No. I'm not a manatee. How dare you all moo at me in my general direction. This is so rude. I'm so offended. Why would you betray me in this way, chat?
Gamer Kingdom 9 cheered. X 100. Barbara Manatee.
Oh my god.
You have the littlest ghost friend in the top right corner, Art Woman.
I do indeed. He's hanging out. Ranch is hanging out with us today. Someone have the 10k points for Cow Sky. I'm safer.
Where's the Reaper Leviathan? I want us to get real up close to one.
I don't think I want to. I think I'd rather avoid the Reaper Leviathan. Look, there's sharks and there's rays and there's fish in the background, but I think we're gonna stay away from the deep sea. We're gonna stick to the reef, the shallows where we're safe. Oh my god. I can't believe this. I can't believe you all would call me a sea cow. I am a dragon. I'm a leafy sea dragon, okay? I'm a leafy sea. I want to see the Kraken. Okay, anyway. Who said Barbara Manatee? That would be Gamer Kingdom. What about Giant Squid Sky? I don't have a beak. That'd be Douglas. Douglas would be the giant squid. Anyway, let me go ahead and unmute and deafen so that Ellie can introduce herself. Okay, here we go. Hello.
Hello.
There we go. Most of you guys know Ellie because she just in chat, but she's here in the vocal flesh to answer all your burning marine biology questions.
Hello. Happy 10k.
Yeah, let's go. We're almost at 10.4 now. It's just going on up.
I'm gonna add the cowfish in Ellie's teaching corner so you guys can see what a cowfish looks like.
Oh my god. They better not be yellow, or I swear to god.
They are yellow.
No!
And they have little horns.
I can't believe this. I can't believe
It's easy to repair a broken jack-o'-lantern, just use
a pumpkin patch. Yep. That's like the third or fourth time that the pumpkin patch joke has been used.
Wow, that's
Don't
great
give
job,
them
guys.
don't give them more ammunition to tell me I'm a cow, a sea cow. How dare you? I'm not a sea cow and I'm not a cowfish. I'm a dragon. Leafy sea dragon.
Sure. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Pen's here. Let's go. I may or may not have specifically texted both Pen and Whisper that they should be here because when we were kids, they both went through wanting to be marine biologist phases. Yeah.
Very cool, very cool.
So I figured they would be real into this.
Yeah, so, hi. I am Ellie Echoes. I am in a master's program. I've been a marine biologist I probably started in 2016. That's when I would say I started. So what is it, like 2020? Is that 8 years? No.
It's 2022, Queen.
Oh my god.
Gamer Kingdom 9 cheered. X100. Ellie, is Sky a cow or dragon?
Oh my
A
god.
sky cow or a dragon? As her moderator, I have to say she's probably a dragon.
Let's
most
go. See, I win. Most of the
So-
time.
Most of the time. Because you
Okay.
can, chat, change that.
Yes.
You can change that.
You
chat.
can change it. Oh my god.
I mean, she also leans into it. You see that bell on her right now? Come
No,
on.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's no bell on me.
Uh-huh. She's just asking to be called a cow.
I am no
So-
cow.
I'm just looking at this beautiful background. It's gorgeous.
I know, right? Hold on. let me get a little smaller so I'm out of the way a little bit. Because you can't even see, like, there's here, I'm gonna just be large but low, you know?
Ocean woman, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand, Tilda.
I will totally do that. Oh my god, I love that. Let's go. Take my
Ocean.
hand right now. We will sink into the sea, the glorious sea together.
We've brought you all to the
Up
sea
woman,
right now.
Who is Ellie? I don't know who this Ellie is. Who am I kidding? Of course I know Ellie. She's the giant squid and sea demon expert, right?
Yes, exactly. Look at this big old ray swimming through right here.
I
There
love
he
it.
go.
You have to promise not to eat me. You're so tall and large. I'm not a snack.
How
I'm a
big would I have
scientist.
to be? Hold on.
Oh
How-
my god! No! Please,
Nom,
take
nom,
pity.
nom, nom.
Do you know how you're just eating my hair? Do you know how long this takes to get this done? Actually, literally like 2 minutes, so it's not really that big a deal.
You know. It's
So
fine.
I will say the chat is moving a little fast, only because questions come in and take a little bit to answer. So if you have any burning questions, you should definitely
Yeah.
definitely go into the Discord.
Yeah, if you're not a part of the Discord, yes, there's a whole section where you can, if you have very specific questions that you want us to get to during the stream, we'll be referencing back to the Discord channel. It's literally like called questions for the ask a marine biologist stream or something like that.
Yeah, I think I turned the charity category into like an events and charity category, so we could just keep
Yeah.
using it for forever.
Yeah. So yeah, if you have anything specific, what do you call an inspiring cow? Motivation? How dare you? How dare you?
Oh, I feel so motivated right now.
So
to answer some
motivated.
questions.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Well, how are you guys doing, chat? Are you all pumped? Are you so excited? Are you relaxed by our ocean background?
I am.
I know, me too. I was like, yeah, let's go. We're going in the frickin' ocean. The fish
Yeah.
be swimming. Look at them. They
Look at
don't
them
even
just living
care.
life. They don't care.
They don't care
know.
that we're here. Look, I got
They don't know that
extra.
there's a giant monster behind me that could eat them all, gobble them up.
Nom 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 nom. I do love seafood. It's true. Big fan. Though I don't see many like actual crustaceans visible in this area, so you know the fish are mostly safe, I think.
It's not you're not your number one prey. She is a dragon that eats crabs mainly.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Gotta watch out.
Crabs and milk tea are my my main things that I hunt. Also, Stuff Love, thank you so much for gifting a sub. That's so heckin' sweet of you.
Fearsome.
Had a hectic day, so this stream is the highlight of my day and great to unwind before bed. I'm so glad to hear that you get to unwind with us, T-Viking. Let's go. Where does one find milk tea in the wild? Well, obviously in the milk tea pastures. Duh.
Oh my god. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Get with the times.
Oh my god.
Okay, let me finish introducing myself.
Yeah.
There we go. So, pretty much been a marine biologist for like an amateur marine biologist for 2 years and probably an actual marine biologist for 4 years. I teach a bunch of different variety of things while also getting a master's degree and also do research. I do research on giant apex predators that are fish, and then I also did research on cold water corals, and then also some stuff with seaweed. So I know a lot of stuff. If you don't have any burning like marine biology questions, marine biologists also have to learn about terrestrial animals too. They don't just let us get our degrees only knowing about like marine stuff. So if you don't got any marine stuff and you only have terrestrial stuff, I know a little bit about that too.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I know at least one of the questions in the Discord was specifically about like some of the things that you have researched and seen in your time like as a marine biologist. So I think people would love to hear about like the specific fish, like because Ellie has a very specific fish that she's doing her entire research project about. We all listened to her like speech about what she's been studying like many times.
Yes.
This question is actually off topic. But what are your opinions on Overwatch 2?
That is off topic, so I won't be answering it. Anyway.
I'm a dirty sim main.
Mumley,
That's it.
why would
That's
you
my
lie?
only thing.
Why would I didn't lie.
You know that we rented a tank at the aquarium for the whole stream time cause you didn't want to get actually eaten. Not cause I was scared.
Yeah.
I don't get scared.
Yeah, you know, Douglas is a professional scuba diver. That's why he's here.
Oh yeah.
Clearly in very realistic scuba equipment. We're definitely underwater right now.
Definitely wouldn't fog up.
Let me check that .. Oh shit, it's Dad. Tell him I'm not here. I may or may not have signed him up for a single dad's dating site. Don't ask.
Douglas, how is your phone working underwater? How are you? Why are you taking calls from your dad while we're in the ocean?
Technically, this looks like only about like 10 feet maximum. I was gonna say 5 feet, so maybe we could still get reception down here.
Oh
and
shit.
most phones are IPA rated to like 6 feet or more. I have to know this because I made sure my cell phones were all like water resistant because of what I do.
That's
they
fair.
Have to be.
You gotta have all water resistant stuff.
Okay, so I do see some people going like, "What do you know about sharks?"
Yeah.
The hard thing about some of this stuff is that like if you can be more specific with your questions, it's really like one of the things I have really tough time people do to me a lot is they go, give me an ocean fact. And
Tell me a fish fact.
Yeah, I have so many ocean facts that people wouldn't care about that would be interesting to me but not you, that I come up with nothing. So like talking to you about sharks, you know, I could start talking about something depressing like shark fin soup is really bad for you and the level of mercury that you eat in it isn't good for you. But I mean, like, I don't want to start off with depressing fact already. But if you have anything other, like, you know, sharks are really cool, but that's like I can't read the whole Wikipedia page on it. So if you can be a little bit more specific,
I have a specific shark rant that I have gotten that I have sent you things to start it before. Which is the why the Megalodon conspiracy theorists are wrong argument. I love that one.
We could talk about that. Let's get that out of the way. So first, somebody says, are sharks actually dangerous? So let's talk about that real quick. Most sharks aren't actually dangerous because there's a lot of sharks that don't even eat like fish. They just eat shellfish or invertebrates, and they live on the marine floor. And those are the sharks that you usually pet, like, you know, at aquariums and stuff. And those are sharks that don't really go after you. Now, there are sharks that can be a little bit dangerous, but most sharks are not interested in you. And the reason is because your body fat content is nowhere near the body fat content they want out of a meal. So if you think about a sea lion or a seal, which they primarily eat, those are very big, meaty boys. You know, big boys and
thick.
ladies full of blubbers. Yeah,
thick AF.
Thick with like 1,000 C's, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's what they're interested in eating. That's why when you see a lot of shark attacks, it's a bite and the sharks leave. Because they'll taste you and be like, oh god, this is a skinny meal. I don't want this 0-calorie diet Coke. I want an actual meal. Because most humans, when we get bitten or we're gonna be having a shark come out, we are attacking back. And sharks generally don't want to waste, or predators in any instance don't want to waste energy on something that is healthy and can fight back. That's why they're very much engineered towards things that are dying, twitching, having a hard time.
Yeah.
So sharks generally not like dangerous. Now, if you act like you're drowning and you're acting and you're cutting yourself and you're bleeding and you're like acting like a dying fish, that's a totally different story. But even then, I don't think they would go for you unless like you were the only thing out there, which is really hard to have happened. Next question, I guess. Megalodon. That's right. Sky wanted Megalodon.
Actually,
okay.
I wanted to expand on that a little bit because I know that orca whales are one of your favorite marine creatures. So if marine predators are inclined to go for high caloric kills, why do orcas hunt penguins?
Oh, interesting. Very good topic.
Yeah.
So killer whales do eat penguins, but that's not their primary, that's not what they go for, right? Because penguins, first of all, can jump out of the ocean, blah, blah. They much rather have white fur seals, especially the pups, because I don't know if you ever seen them spy hop. Spy hop is when a killer whale's face just comes out of the ground, out of the ground, but out of the ocean, and they're actually looking to see what's on the above. And a lot of these baby seals, like baby lion seals, will be up on top of these floating icebergs. And they'd rather roll those guys off because, again, seals are very, very, very tasty and good for you. So they'd rather have those. But then again, I will tell you this because biology is amazing. Killer whales break all the rules. So killer whales use a lot of things. They encourage hunting for sport, to teach, as in to teach their young how to hunt. So they'll choose things to play with. So baby seals they'll play with, they'll let them go and let their calves chase after it and learn how to hunt. So baby seals and other things like that are very, very are their preferred prey when they need to eat. But they will hunt after penguins probably for sport, or there's nothing else out there. So sometimes we get to the seals because seals can be on land, and the penguins have to come up for air, and it's really easy to hunt those guys. Now, there is no specific whales that just hunt penguins. The things they specifically hunt are fish or mammals. That's the two things. But there is no just they only hunt penguins. Now that I've said that, there's probably gonna be a paper that's gonna come out and be like, killer whale, these are the new pod of killer whales that only eat penguins.
But it's more opportunistic than anything.
They're the most opportunistic thing to eat whatever they can. But a killer whale will always go for an actual whale. Yeah. Which brings me to a point because somebody asked, killer whales are actually dolphins. They're actually porpoises. So they're just a big like they're not even a whale. They're like just dolphins who are really bully, who's just like big trolley dolphins. I love them so much.
Bigger bullies.
Yeah, they're just bigger bullies with teeth. It's just great. Yeah, they're very unhinged, and I love it.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah, Ellie's a big orca person. I buy her
Oh my
orca
God.
stuff whenever I see it.
Oh my God. Okay, so killer whales, I can understand why you think they're spooky. Killer whales actually don't. They have like the lowest incident rates with humans in the wild.
Yeah, it's
Like-
only when we fuck with them that they get mean.
Mhm. Yeah. And like that makes sense. They're very, very intelligent, and I can think they can tell that like I shouldn't mess with this thing with 2 legs that has conquered the earth. Like they're so dang smart. Like Jesus. So, but yeah, they actually don't mess with us very much. I think dolphins like do more, but it's always incidental.
Yeah.
Like it's always with somebody. Whenever you have a mammal that is attacking a person, it's always because, like Sky says, we have done something
Yeah.
to almost deserve it. Yeah.
I mean, usually it's because, like, I mean, in the instance of, like, I think almost all killer whale attacks in captivity, it's usually, like, they've gone through, like, significant, trauma, basically. I mean, because so many of, like, the captive killer whales that we had were, taken from their family pods as, like, calves, and it's definitely, like, there's a ton of research on how, like, important familial bonds are when it comes to killer whales, and so, like, they, like, just like dolphins, they have the capacity to essentially be depressed, and I think usually when they lash out, it is because they have developed, like, neuroses from being in spaces that are way too small for them, and, like, if you were kept in one room your entire life, and someone came up and was like, hey, jump through a hoop!
This is Skytia. This is Skytia. Fabulous fish facts and eldritch god pacts as far one can see. Is
Yeah.
she a dragon or a cow? She's too cute to matter now. Chat is here pogging, my feathers are sogging. This is Skytia.
Honestly, kind of iconic. We love
That's
that.
great.
That was great. 10 out of 10.
That's so good.
But yeah, if you were kept in a room all your life and then somebody came and asked you to jump through a hoop, you'd probably bite their face off too. I would.
I saw somebody ask what was my highest scuba certification, and I am a rescue diver, master diver, but I'm not a dive master. So I'm a master diver, but not a dive master, and I'm a rescue diver, and I'm also AAUS certified, which is American Association of Scientific Divers or something like that. AAUS certified is a different thing you have to go through. Basically, what they make you, they want to make it so if you're staring at a fish or counting coral, you're not going to die because you're not looking at your oxygen, because too many people have.
You know, fair.
And also, they want you to be, so another really good handy, the reason why they make you a rescue diver is so you can administer medical needs if you're out in the field in a remote area. It makes it so it's really easy for you to fix the problems that might occur, and not saying that you would do it if you were, you know, being lax or not being paying attention, but like stuff happens in the ocean on a boat. Somebody runs into a rock or something, and you should be able to take care of other people, especially if you have another first responder certified with you as well.
Yeah.
Another question from Pen. Gotta answer these. She says, somewhere I read that orcas have started going after otters, just biting them, have little nutrition value for them because overfishing is limited food source, which is messing up the ecosystem because otters are a keystone species. That is true. It is not a huge problem anymore, though, unfortunately. So what happened was overfishing was happening, and I told you guys how orcas have two things. They're either like depending on where they are, they're either like based off of killing mammals or they kill fish. And so when the fish go, it tends to be that some of the mammals will go, like sea lions will also go, or they'll leave the area. And the only thing that's left is otters, which don't eat fish. And so the killer whales got to eat somehow. But it was shown that if they were given if they're given fish, killer whales would choose fish over otters because they have no nutritional value. And the reason let me explain it to Keystone Species. So Keystone Species is something that keeps the ecosystem going. If you remove that animal from it, the whole thing falls apart, right? So if you take out think about like if you take out a brick from the top of a bricked archway, the archway would fall apart. And so otters are big eaters of urchins, and urchins are eating kelp forests. They eat kelp. They eat the holdfast off of kelp, which make kelp float away. And kelps are a really important species. They provide, they're a seaweed, and they provide shelter for baby fish, for adult fish, for little, they provide food. They give us oxygen. They take up carbon, which is in the water. They provide all these amazing ecosystem services. And when the otters went away, the urchin population exploded and ate all the kelp. And so, for a spooky fish fact, we actually have a horde of zombie urchins off the coast of California that are basically dead but alive. And no matter how much they eat, they don't get any better. So they are dead but alive. They are zombie urchins.
That's wild.
And they just keep eating. Every time a little kelp sprouts up, they have these time lapses of like urchins like smothering the holdfast of the baby kelp and eating it. And they're just like, even though they're eating stuff, they're dead.
Insane.
They're truly like zombie, yeah.
Are those the ones, like, I get a lot of videos on my FYP of, like, these specific, like, people who dive just to, like, retrieve urchins. Like, they go down with a claw, and they get, like, massive bags of urchins. Is it that kind of population that they're trying to control because they do no good for the environment? They're just destroying?
Yes, so there's just so many of them. So it's been some interesting research that was shown that even some unpublished stuff that's from like my school, my department. Basically, people have thought, well, there's too many urchins, let's kill them. Some research has shown that when you kill them, it makes them spawn more, but they're not really sure. Because I brought that up to a scientist this weekend. They're like, well, I thought that was a myth, but I heard it was true. But there's just so many of them because not only did we just hunt a bunch of otters, we also been hunting the fish that killed them too. So we've been just fishing, overfishing everything. So there's a lot of problems happening. California sheepheads, which are hermaphroditic fish, they change from female to male fish, have been overfished because they're game fish and they get huge, and they've been becoming smaller because we've been fishing them. Fishing
all the big ones up, basically.
And basically, the largest female turns into the next male fish.
Oh, interesting.
So when you keep fishing the biggest fish, they lose time of growing, and then they're going to be changing into males even smaller. And so those fish have like big teeth on them, and they eat urchins. But because they're being overfished, it's hard for them to keep up with the urchins, right? Huh. So people have been going around smashing urchins.
Yeah.
It's good and it's bad. I don't know how much help it is doing. The divers love to do it because they want their kelp forest back.
Yeah.
But like I said, I just don't know. I don't purposely don't know how much it does, how much it works.
Interesting.
Yeah. But yeah.
The zombie apocalypse is real and it starts under the sea.
Oh my god.
Interesting. Well, we did off track you from the Megalodon rant, so we can move on to that because I know I get a lot of the like Megalodon conspiracy theories, like what could have eaten this shark and dragged it down to the bottom of the ocean kind of thing.
You know who could eat a shark and drag it to the bottom of the ocean? A killer freaking whale could. I love those guys.
That's always like, everyone's like, it's always like nothing could have dragged it this deep, and everyone's like, a killer whale could.
Yeah, you know what? Like, okay, I gotta tell you guys this because there's so many things. I'm gonna get back to Megalodon now that we know what point I need to get back to.
Yeah.
So, Sky was talking about how like killer whales can feel depression. We believe that is true. Anything you've heard from Blackfish is false and a lie, and don't ever watch that stupid documentary again.
Terrible.
It's wrong.
It's so wrong.
Yeah. They only used fired individuals that had a bone to pick with SeaWorld instead of the actual SeaWorld trainers that take. Never mind. I'm not gonna talk about it. I hate that. I hate the documentary.
Well, we
Next.
can circle back to Blackfish if people are interested in it, because I feel like a lot of people have watched it, and it's probably useful to like help debunk some of that information. But
pretty much all the information you can debunk from that, except that the fact they shouldn't have had a highly aggressive male being their breeding male of the population.
Yeah, but that's just true of any conservation efforts. Like,
yeah,
choosing to be like, yeah, we're gonna keep this really aggressive animal for breeding purposes is like asking to get people hurt. It's just like, you know.
I was talking about killer whales actually have a really like long, and they've been shown to pass on like actual teaching.
Yeah.
And shared memory. So there was a place in Finland, I believe, or Norway, where they were fishing like these killer whales that hunted salmon, and the fishermen also hunted this fish, right? And they were working together. And at one point, they thought the fish were starting to get low, and so they thought, oh, it must be the killer whales eating them all. Wrong. It was overfishing, and so they started like attacking the killer whales to stop them from eating. And what actually happened was that the killer whales no longer frequent that bay or go near any boats anymore, even though it was like 2 generations ago. It's that shared past knowledge of like, don't go there.
Yeah.
Those people are mean. That they don't go there anymore. Which brings me to my next thing, which is killer whales love to hunt sharks for fun. That's what they love to do with them. They like to tear them up. They like to hunt these guys because I think they're competition, so they're going to be more incentivized to kill them. So when killer whales enter an area that is, and they kill a great white, the great white in that area will disappear for like 2 years.
Yeah, because they're like, oh shit.
So that's why people, when they're like, oh, all the great whites are gone, it's freaking killer whale that did it, man, and they're scared out of their mind.
Yeah.
Which brings me to a Megalodon. A Megalodon could never exist in its current lifestyle because 1, we would know about it. 2, the water level thing doesn't make sense to me because ships change the water level all the time. And
wait, what is the water level thing? You're gonna have to explain that.
People have been like, there's changing sea levels due to megalodons. I don't understand it.
Like they're saying like there's a big fish and it's displacing the water to make the sea level go up. That's hilarious. Oh my god.
Funny. I can't even, like, as a scientist, I can't even like understand it because there's just so much wrong. There's like so much wrong with it. I just like I'm just so like
exactly stuff fluff. Big fish, ocean rise, big brain.
Yeah.
Like
they're like,
what? That doesn't make a lick of sense. Oh my god. Every time a whale is born, the ocean rises. Oh no, but it was already it was already in the ocean.
Another thing is, if we had a megalodon available, we would have a lot of other giant mammals.
Excuse me, chat. My whittle head is cold. Could you maybe give me a hat to wear?
Douglas, that was so rude.
Because he knows it's gonna float away.
I know. It's very hard for them to give you hats when you're oh well, now he's an underwater pig. Wait, sea pig! God. He's a sea pig!
So they believe I have
that
no
shit's
idea.
Wild. I'd never heard that one, but that's hilarious. That is like the definition of pseudoscience. Like,
I know.
What are you even saying? Like, by that logic, all the pipes and shit that we run in the ocean would make the ocean rise too. What about all the drilling rigs that are everywhere? Like, what?
The barges, right?
Oh my god.
You would truly need, like, a whole freaking continent to change.
The ocean level.
Yeah. Like, and I'm not talking, like, our continent. I'm talking Africa, right? Yeah. And, like, it'd be a floating continent, which would cause havoc for everything because it would just crush everything.
Yeah. But yeah, there's not like enough giant ocean mammals. That's where you were going to sustain.
Yeah, there's not enough food in our environment to sustain a creature that large, and you would see evidence of this. So you would see like battle scars on blue whales.
Mm-hmm.
You would see orcas would not be the top predator of the ocean. They changed their behavior drastically because orcas go around acting like they're the top thing because they are the top thing. They would be avoiding certain areas. We wouldn't have whales.
Yeah.
Because it
would just eat all the whales.
And so, like, another thing is, let's talk about, so Megalodon could never happen, right? It's just like, there's not enough space for it, and there is, that for it to hide from us, and there is never, like, there's just never enough food for it.
Yeah.
Douglas, yeah. Let me teach. Next thing is, what was I gonna say? If you have, okay, let's look at the blue whale. The blue whale is the largest animal ever. Like, ever. Like, on the earth. Is the largest animal on the earth is living in our lifetime, which people don't understand.
Yeah.
Is that a follow? What was that?
Yeah, Droid Can, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in.
Okay.
I just didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah. Well, people don't know. They always go, oh, dinosaurs are the biggest thing. The largest thing on the earth is living in our lifetime right now, and it's a blue whale.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. It's the hugest thing. And those eat krill.
Mm-hmm.
And they eat a bunch of krill. Krill are tiny little shrimps, and they're in the ocean. There's so much of them. And the reason that they can live off of krill because there's so much of it produced. And they easily get produced. And that's how they're able to live, because they can eat a bunch of krill. If they ate a bunch of fish, there wouldn't be enough fish to sustain them.
Yeah.
That's why they eat all this krill.
Yeah, they had to evolve to consume something that can multiply quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, everything that the blue whale is the largest thing on Earth ever.
Mm-hmm.
And it is in our planet right now, which would make sense actually because of the way evolution works. You know, things change into be evolutionary size, so it would make sense that in our present lifetime you would have one of the biggest things because something could evolve to live in that niche.
Yeah.
To evolve to live in that specific environment.
All of the giant predators died off, which is
it's
another thing that Ellie kind of touched on, in that, like, whales would not exist in their current iteration if megalodons were still alive, because whales never would have evolved to be so slow moving, basically, because they would have needed to avoid giant predators like that. So evolution tells us that they don't exist because the whales were able to be like, oh, we can kind of chill out now. Like,
And not only that, even it tells you the largest predator in our oceans, which is the killer whale, has only hit in a certain size because there's only so much it can eat before, to sustain itself.
Yeah.
It does eat blue whales. It only eats baby blue whales, which are a lot of work, but the payoff is huge. But it's still really hard to hunt those because at some point the blue whales just get too big that not even killer whales can mess with them.
Yeah. It's just like, it's like a pointless endeavor. It's like being bit by flies, like, you're like, that's annoying, but also you just keep moving and you just leave the fly behind, like.
Okay. What else? Let's look at the Discord.
There were tons. There's lots of questions about octopuses. I think there was a specific one. We never actually got into all of your research on the giant sea bass. You just you touched on the fact that you studied them. But I mean, I know I personally had never heard of giant sea bass before, like, you told me about them, and it's pretty interesting. So talking about giant sea bass, and then I think related to that was there was a question that was, what's the most interesting thing that you've ever observed, like, on your dives and stuff like that? I think that is a really good question to kind of, like, get into based on, like, you talking about your research and what you've been doing, because Ellie has been mega busy lately.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to touch on three things. I'm going to go back to what you just got and answer these three questions that just came in the Twitch chat. Speaking of the moose is a weird thing. Yeah. It's angry, it's aggressive, it's got big horns. Nobody messes with the moose except for the killer whale, because the killer whale is like, aha! That thing can only run at me with its horns, and I can get around it so easily.
Yeah.
So another reason why the killer whale is the best thing ever. Moose are also scary, and I would never go near them.
Oh my god.
How many kinds of otters are there? There are the really cute ones that are in the ocean, and then there are really nasty and creepy ones that are on rivers. I
Sea
actually.
bass. No wait, it's always a C+.
No! The trauma when we're literally gonna be playing Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing.
And like when we're done, I think maybe like once we get through some of these preliminary questions, we're actually gonna talk about the fish in Animal Crossing and stuff like that. We're gonna go into Ellie's Animal Crossing aquarium because mine is not full, and then we're gonna go to my island and we're gonna do some fishing and talk about it because Ellie also has opinions on some of the fish that are in Animal Crossing, which I think are really interesting. But anyway, yeah, so the giant sea bass is Ellie's main, like, fish that she studies specifically, or has, like, written research about.
Yeah. So, where was the moose thing? Hold on. I just want to get rid of those 3 questions, because those were interesting. Mooses, how many kinds of otters are, and then they go after babies, yes, because they're amazing apex predators.
Oh, actually, that's an interesting side question as far as orcas are concerned. Why are killer whales called killer whales? Do you know?
Because people don't know how to name things, and they go, look at that
Mother,
thing that looks
how
like
are
a
you
whale.
breathing underwater?
I don't have lungs. I'm full of stuffing. I can breathe
And
anywhere.
I'm a magical girl.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I saw a whole TikTok today about why Sailor Moon would absolutely destroy Goku, and I thought of you.
Oh my god, she would. Because she can heal.
The whole point, they were like, the guy was like, she fought chaos for 1,000 years and never got tired.
True!
You think Goku could survive? She could literally be atomized and still regenerate. He couldn't do shit.
That is so true.
Oh.
Okay. Ellie, can you tell us about crabs? They're not the most perfect forms. If they're the most perfect forms, then everything would be crabs. Only a couple things have turned into crabs. It's not the most perfect form. You know what is a perfect form? Being an arthropod. And that's just what it is. Okay.
I think crabs are the perfect form because then I can eat them.
You know what the perfect form is? A torpedo. Everything is in torpedoes. Everything is torpedo shaped.
So
Whales,
true.
Dolphins, sharks, fish, otters, sea lions, they all become little cylinders. They're torpedoes. Nobody talks about that, but something grows claws and they're like, crab is ultimate form because it's happened a couple of times. Sorry.
They're perfect. They're the ultimate form for my tummy, specifically.
They are, yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna have to eat seafood for dinner tonight because I'm talking about it so much.
Okay, so we were talking about giant sea bass. Okay, let's talk about, and then you said something about diving. So giant sea bass are a truly giant fish. People never take my word for it, so
They're
I had
fucking
to,
huge.
Mhm.
Oh my god, they're giant. It's wild.
I had to, freaking, put it on, I just put up a scientific poster in my
Oh, here.
apartment hallway.
You should send me the photo. You have that one illustration from your research. You should send it to me so I can put it on the screen.
Yeah, I also put a link in chat so people can see. So these are cold water fish that live off the coast of Southern California, and they're only found there. They also extend their way into Baja, Mexico, but that is also considered Southern California, to be honest. Let me try to do this at the same time as talking to you. And
here, I can also save this photo and put it up.
Yeah.
That's my nightmare.
It's not your nightmare. They're beautiful. No, they're ugly, but
You're not my dad. That's just what I thought of when you said that.
Okay, I'm gonna find it. Aha! Here you go. Boom.
Perfect.
Sky and I do not own this image. It's
No.
done by a lovely artist. Yeah. People are really freaking out about that.
It's huge. It's like so crazy big because you're like when you think. I mean, for me, when the reason that we decided to play Animal Crossing is when I think of sea bass, I think of the sea bass in Animal Crossing, and they're still big in comparison to the character, but this thing is huge.
Yeah. And like even Monterey Bay Aquarium had to be like, no, these are not based on like actual giant sea bass. I was there for that, and I was like, that's right, they're not based on giant sea bass. They're just freaking basses.
The Leaf Sun, welcome in, and thanks for joining us over from Instagram. I appreciate it. Hello, hello.
Yeah. Hello.
We're doing an AMA with a marine biologist right now for 10K, so.
Yeah. Oh, so we're talking about giant sea bass, right? I think I
Yes.
sent it to you, by the way, Sky.
Yes, yeah. I'm saving it to put it up right now.
Yeah, I was like, oh, she probably can't hear it because, you know.
I have Discord up, so I can watch for it. No worries. But continue.
Okay. So, oh, here's a really good one. This is like everybody's favorite too. Also, it's like the pinup babe with the giant sea bass. People love
you know
this.
what I'm gonna do? You're sending me this stuff on Discord anyway, so I'll just do a Discord.
She's gonna leak our DMs.
I'm gonna leak our DMs right freaking now.
Okay, so now I can talk about giant sea bass because I've given you all the images. Oh, giant sea bass is called Stereolepis gigas. Sometimes it's called gigas, but I think gigas sounds better. You know, like gigawatt. So it is the apex predator of the giant kelp forest in California. It can basically eat anything that fits in its mouth, like anything that fits in its mouth. But it starts very, very tiny, and so it gets to be over 500 pounds, over 200 kilograms, over 2 meters, and over 6 feet, and gets to be over 70 years of age. I've given you metric units and American units. And it is truly giant. They lived for a long time. In the early 1920s, they experienced severe and heavy overfishing by the place that they actually lived in, which is off the coast of Santa Catalina Island. And not all bass do that. All bass do get big, and they're mostly predators, but it is all about those basses, those basses. But not all bass get as big as this bass, and not all bass live as long as this bass. It is critically endangered, and there's like, we don't even know how many of them are in the wild currently. So that's what's unfortunate about it. My research focuses on their behaviors that they perform during their spawning, and also the sounds they make during their spawning. So yeah, there you can see on Sky's screen. That's what giant sea bass. That's a really good size comparison.
They're as long as like a full-grown man, and more wide. They're huge.
They're huge and intelligent too, which is very, very cool. So, fish do make sounds. There's something called a swim bladder they have with them, and their gills, fish breathe air like us, but they breathe air that's in water. This is a very cool postcard that I have. That shows from Catalina Island a kid riding a giant sea bass. It is a drawing, but
it gives a good size comparison.
Yeah, how people treated that.
Is that dude riding the fish? It's an illustration. It's an illustration.
All right, let me see if I can keep up with some of these questions. A lot of these people are like making bass insults. I mean, bass jokes, which is funny. I get it. You're funny. And I don't mean that sarcastically. Yes, the ocean is full of wonderful and terrifying things that aren't so terrifying because not really interested in you. So this is a really cool image of a giant sea bass, and like, you know, in a very like 1920s pinup lady sort of like, you know, mood, right? And so giant sea bass can make sounds. They filter air out of the ocean water with their gills, and they inflate their swim bladders, and their swim bladders allow them to go up and down through the water column by inflating air like a balloon or a hot air balloon, right? And so if you have a swim bladder full of air and you have muscles along that, it's basically like a drum, and you can use your muscles to make drumming sounds on your inflated bladder. And so giant sea bass use that for spawning, for reproduction, and they also use it to tell you to get the hell out of their way. Like, they literally are like, hey, I'm going that direction. They'll boom at you, and then they make booms, not clicking, like boom.
Yeah.
Like it sounds like a click above water, but in water you can really, really feel, you can very much feel feel it go through you. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Look at that picture. Look at that picture. Look at that guy.
Yeah. They're freaking massive.
And nobody has ever recorded their booms before before our lab, and I'm the first person to describe their sounds and characterize what they look like in the wild. That's what my research does.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people think you only find this stuff in the tropics. It's right here in California.
Yeah.
In Baja California.
It's really cool.
Yeah. I also work on cold water corals. Not a lot of work is done on cold water corals, but you can find corals all over the world, even in Antarctica. You can also find it in Southern California, and I do work on them to see what, how they associate with fish. And that is an ongoing project that I cannot talk a lot about because he'd probably be mad if I talked about it.
It's somebody else's project.
yeah, I help out with that. So
can you eat the giant sea bass? I think that's why they're endangered, right?
So, okay, the reason why giant sea bass got overfished, because one, they're a huge fish, right? And so I was like, I want to catch that thing. And two, unfortunately, as I've been told by the head curator of the Museum of Natural History in Mexico, they taste very good.
So there you go.
They actually, in like 2017, it went $13 per pound of giant sea bass.
Wow.
So you could get
you could eat it, but is it a protected endangered species?
It's So how that works, Sky? Because you've brought up a really good point.
Yeah.
So you're like, hey, what the heck? Why do you know the pricing of giant sea bass? Well,
you gotta, for conservation purposes.
Well, also there is a little law that says if a commercial vessel, that's a commercial fishing vessel, accidentally catches a giant sea bass, they can sell it.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, it's one incidental.
Wow.
It's one incidental catch per boat, which means if you catch two, you could call your buddy up and be like, "Hey,
I got this bass for you." Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine these things get over like 400 pounds.
Yeah.
13 times that.
A shit ton of money.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Rosie to do the math for us?
Yeah. No, I don't do math. I just do statistics. No math.
Mm-hmm.
No math.
Mm-hmm. What would that be? Like $5,000 some odd. $5,200, I think.
I think they calculated that like the average weight of the giant sea bass, and they're like, you basically get $13,000 per fish almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually crazy.
Yeah. So these things are tasty. People like to eat them. People want to eat them. And that's all I get asked by anglers. They're like, yo, I just saw like 10 giant sea bass. They're not critically endangered anymore. I'm like, no, dude. It's because you're in your spawning area and that's where they go every summer.
Yeah.
Thank you for seeing 10 fish. Now I know how many fish are out there. But we do not know how many fish are out there. We actually did like a symposium, a giant sea bass symposium. Fish and Wildlife was there. All of the giant sea bass researchers were there. And I stood up and I asked, do we have a rough estimate of how many we think are in the wild? And everyone said, we have no idea how many are in the wild off the coast of California. Now, I will say new research has shown that Mexico has actually had a pretty good population, but we don't see a lot of like, we know they move up and down the coast, but it doesn't look like they move down to Mexico a lot. So Mexico is very good, or like at least Baja Mexico, like the side on California is Mexico. They know how to do a fishery. Like, it's super impressive how they run fisheries. And when I mean by fisheries, I mean like salmons, like how many salmons can you take?
Yeah.
They have a local
Welcome to my stream, everyone. It is I, Douglas, your favorite internet bird.
Oh yeah, sure.
Here to entertain you.
Wow, Douglas. Yeah, you've been doing so much this stream. This isn't being carried on Ellie's back or anything.
So giant sea bass, welcome in somebody.
Scorpion, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the little clouds.
Yeah, so let's make sure it's not endangered. But we don't think it's endangered in Mexico, but there's no evidence. So they counted it, but they're not sure. It's like, what if just all the giants go to Mexico in the summer or something or in the winter or something like that? We're not sure. We think there's a different population. So that's why I say the Southern California population is critically endangered. Because it shows we have some tags in giants. Like, we have tagged a bunch of giants. Woo.
You're on fire, Ellie! No!
I am! You've been underwater! What the heck?
Fenris Wolfo, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello. We're doing our AMA with a marine biologist right now. Ellie is telling us about the fish that she studies.
Yeah. So like it's a little controversial because the Mexican population is doing really well, but how well for how long? Is it permanent, or are we just taking like? Is it just they just do well here, but not? And how much mixing is in California versus Mexico? Because it was like 20, 30 years before anybody really saw giants. Like there was a visible like lack of fish in the Californian populations, and it's only found in one area of Mexico. They seem to be doing okay. And like I said, Mexico very good at fisheries. They
So
work
can
with
sea
local.
bass populations be increased by transplanting some Mexican population to Southern California, similar to the transfer of the golden panthers on Florida?
Possibly, but the thing is the ocean's a lot bigger, and a giant sea bass could just be like, I don't want to be up here.
And just swim away.
I just swim down to Mexico. So, so it seems like the populations are different because there's certain spawning locations that they go to and they don't go to. So, like the giant sea bass in Mexico have like they spawn in like a really, really horrible environment for people. Like it's very like stormy and rickety, and it's like very dangerous, and people have tried to. I know somebody who was trying to film their spawning in Mexico, and they just couldn't do it because insurance wouldn't allow it. It was too bad.
Oh, wow.
It was too, yeah, it's like whirlpools are there. It's like Neptune says no. You cannot look at these fish. They also do their spawning in like dusk because they're very romantic. They do it at sunset. They do it at nighttime. They're very romantic.
Romantic fish, eh?
Yeah. So diving at dark is very difficult, especially in a low light environment like that. You could really hit yourself on a rocks if it's really. You could get swept out to sea and nobody would know. So, so currently the California population will not be taken off the list for a very long time. Because Mexico has their stuff together and they know how to fish them correctly because they work with local anglers that actually run most of the commercial stuff, which is very cool. And not having a company just come in and sweep them all up. It's like actual people who can live and sustain and not take too much off the environment. So Mexico has it down. Mexico has it always down for like sustainable fishing. It's amazing.
Someone asked if they had any major natural predators.
No, they do not. That's what's also cool about them. I think I like predators.
Yeah.
Honestly. Honestly.
You are a predator person. That is for sure.
Dude, okay, so like they're very cute when they're little. They're ugly when they're old. I hate to say it. My lab mate's like, you get to work on the ugly ones. I get to work on the cuties. Here we go. I'm gonna send this to you.
Here, I can probably Google it. Baby
giant sea bass, yay. They're freaking adorable.
Oh my god! Just a little guy!
Yeah, they have a lot of different color morphs, and they're cute, and they're spotty, and they're like...
That's like a really small picture. Let me see if I can find a bigger picture.
It's probably from my lab, actually. It's the first time it's ever photographed.
Oh wait, maybe I just need to actually make them bigger. Yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah, look at them. Look at that. Cuties.
Oh, it's too cropped.
It's too big.
It's actually too cropped in.
But yeah, they're little cuties.
Here.
I love you, old giant sea bass. Look, they're super smart too, by the way. Like, they come when we had them in our lab. They would come when they were called. Like we tap on the tank and they'd come up. They like pat too. I could pat them on the head. I could touch these like critically endangered fish and like. Because we were like taking care of them, but like they liked little head pats.
That's not what
it is very cute. They're just like big and gray.
There we go.
You know,
that's a good picture.
Yeah, they look so different because they live in different areas as they age. So, like when they're babies, like there's even a different color morph that Sky doesn't have to find because it's a lot of work. That is even darker when they're babies, and they pretend to be like floating debris. That one, yeah. They pretend to be floating debris, and they'll like be at the bottom of submarine canyons, which are super, super deep. And they're like, no, I'm just a floating like trash.
That's
Don't bother
cool.
me."
Like all their back fins are like translucent, so they look less fish shaped. That's really that's really cool.
Isn't evolution cool like that? So they're just trying to mimic like being
Yeah.
trash, right? And then when they become the more orange, they can live in different environments. They can like start eating more and hunting more, and you can see they're actually defined in their fins. They'll still be like they won't be mimicking trash as much, but they'll be like hanging out in kelp and they'll be hanging out in like seagrass and like other little environments where they can blend in with their spots. But yeah, they're cuties when they're tiny.
Just a little
they're
guy.
Yeah. They're very photogenic too. They'll just like come up to you and be like, yeah.
There's another one of the morph.
Yeah. So that's one of the color morphs. That's one of the really, really tiny babies. And
Yeah.
guys, these guys don't like just they're sometimes in these for like hundreds of days. Like, you know, like in like this is like years, right? They sexually mature at the same age as humans, like 13 to 14. I know now it's earlier.
Wild.
Yeah. So, you know, if you keep fishing something that's slow growing and long lived, it's hard for it to recover. Like I give the example, imagine if you took all of the like 19 to 30-year-olds in the world, like if you got rid of all those, like that whole generation.
Yeah.
You would just have like having children would be delayed for like years and years and years until the younger generation grew up. And then imagine if you took those ones out. Because that's what they were doing. They were fishing at spawning sites. So just removing like stuff from the population.
Imagine anytime someone tried to reproduce, they were just taken by aliens.
Oh my god.
Abduction. I mean, to be fair, people probably stop having babies because of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like they would still just keep doing it because, you know, it's part of what they do.
Yeah, it's their natural, like, instinct.
So, you know, don't yoink people when they're trying to have babies. No, I'm just kidding.
There are two good questions in the chat. How long, or like, what is the average age for them to reach like their full maturity, like size? If they grow like at the rate of humans, when do they hit that like giant 6-foot rate?
So remember that pretty drawing? I have a really pretty drawing of the life cycle as well.
Oh, that's so true.
I'll send that to you. Yeah, here. Boom.
Let's go.
It's sent. It's sent in Discord.
Oh, opening now. There we go. Look at that. Stunning, iconic. I need to move a little bit.
So like the really cool orange morph that we were talking about, that really orange pretty fish, that was like 40 days to 6 months old.
You know what I'm gonna do, chat? I'm gonna make you small for a little bit while we're showing stuff. You guys
You're
gonna be small for a minute. There we go. Now we have space to show the fish pictures more efficiently.
Yeah.
The fish pictures.
So like the little baby version, well not the baby version, but I guess the adolescent version, which is 1 to 14 years, is that brown spotted one. And they pretty much look like a smaller version of their adult size. But they look very like checkered, like white, like they have like a lot of spots, so it's white and brown spots, and it's very cool. Like it's very pretty. It's also very cute looking, and they stay like that to like 14 years, but as soon as they become sexually mature, they become the gray morph, and then as they grow up from 14 to 76 years, they become the giant one, right?
Yeah.
So and then how long and how big they get, it just depends on how long they live. So the bigger the fish you see and catch, the longer that they live, right? The longer they've been alive. Somebody says, why do they transform so much? Well, it's evolutionary time. So these guys have evolved over millions and millions of years to take up this one space. And so, like, if you talk about the color morph that is the brown ones, the very, very tiny ones that are inch, like 28 to 55 days, those guys have evolved to be in that niche where they look like trash. There's nothing else there, right? They found the best way to survive. So, evolution is like, you know, it's not something quickly, and it's not something you decide to do. It's something that happens over time. Things survive that can live in one area. So if you look a little bit like trash, you will survive. Like, so let's talk about this fish, right? When it first, way back before it got such defined color morphs. If it kind of looked like trash, but other ones that look a little bit like debris, like really dark brown debris, the ones that looked the most like debris and were overlooked survived longer, right? And so that's how these things get selected. And it's not like in a year, it's over like thousands and thousands of generations. So I can't really tell you why something happens. I can tell you how it happens and why they're in that environment.
That's evolution, baby. That's the answer.
And spots are like really like so many things are spotted in environments like leopards, cheetahs, right? Even baby cubs.
It's
lions.
just good camouflage.
It's good camouflage. Yeah. What was the other thing? The diving thing.
There was also after how long do they take to fully grow? Purple Chewy asked how you tell the males from the females.
Oh, what a good.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that question.
Okay, so there's a little bit of controversy there. We believe in my lab that you can actually see the difference between males and females during spawning season. If it's not spawning season, it's very hard to tell the difference. But then spawning season, just like mooses and like deers, meeses, right? They change for reproduction. So giant sea bass males will actually get a lot more silver and like they'll lose their spots. But the females, we believe, will really, really define and show up their spots. Because from observations we've seen for reproduction, we've seen male giants, and when we see the pairs pair up, it's these fish that have like super like silvery. They're very, very silvery. They have lost their spots. And then you have another fish that has a lot of spots. And the silvery fish will be courting the ones with spots. So, like, think about evolution, right? There is no actual male and females. How you define a male and female sex is based on their gametes. And when I mean gametes, I mean like sperm and eggs. And scientifically, the definition of a female is larger gametes, right? So there is no like connotations like has to wear a dress or has to be feminine or whatever. It is, does it have large circular gametes? That is the female, right? Not even like does it carry and develop. It is just like, does it have larger gametes? Which gametes are bigger? And in this case, and probably will be fertilized too. But the most simple definition is for everything is like even for plants, which gametes are bigger? And if the bigger gametes, then it's female.
There you go.
Yeah. So we think they are sexually dimorphic, but only during spawning. We have not proved it, but we've seen it many times. And to prove it is like we'd have to like catch them and kill them, and then be like show their insides.
Yeah, and actually check the reproductive organs to be sure.
Yeah, which is very hard to like do when they're like critically endangered. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to bring that up. Gender is a social construct. And
gender is a social construct. That's why we here at the Sky T channel believe why gender when you could just be a plushie.
Which you can buy on the Sky T shop.
So true. SkyT.com.
Welcome back. We have a terrestrial person in chat. Welcome. All right. Have no gametes. That's really hard to do. To not have gametes. Okay. The coolest thing. I'm eating orange. Sorry to munch.
You gotta keep your energy up. Talking about marine bio.
I know it feeds on itself. So the coolest thing I've seen in the water. It's been a lot of really cool things. I think the coolest thing I've seen in the water was I did a 90-foot dive. And so color is a spectrum. Light is a spectrum. You get all colors from light. And light and colors are lost as you go through the water column. And so when I got to 90 feet on the ocean floor, it was cool to see the change in colors. How things that would normally be red are like a blue or like a purple, and seeing how much the color palette of the ocean changed just by me changing the location in it. right? I could still tell the sun was shining, but everything looked different. And that was probably one of the coolest things that I've seen. I've seen a lot of really cool stuff, like a giant halibut that was like the size of me, and it was like just laying there, like, don't come near me. I am rocks. Please don't touch me.
You see nothing? You see nothing, scuba woman. Go about your business.
Keep going. Get out
Also,
of here.
Duck Quack, welcome in.
Why do females in ocean biology grow so much bigger than males? Oh, you talking about like turtles and stuff? Okay, so when you have the bigger gametes, it's usually fertilized by a smaller gamete. And what can happen is that if you are, mounting something, right? The males will mount the females to fertilize the gametes. Sometimes sinkage happens if you are not big enough to be mounted, and then you drown and die. So that's why females are larger.
To be literally used as flotation devices.
And not die. Also, the bigger you are, the more eggs you can carry. There's something called the big fecund female. So like BFF, like, look at that big fecund female. Oh yeah, ooh, she's so gravid.
Hi, Rosie.
Hi, I was just like talking sexy talk for fish.
You really were. You committed.
Yeah. It's a very, very funny joke about ichthyologists. I'm glad you guys are all now part of the joke. When you see, so it's fecund. So I'll spell it in chat. Fecund. It's like fecundity. Yeah, you did miss math, Rosie. So fecundity is like how many children you have. So I had a biology teacher who's like, I may not be the smartest. And she's like, but I am definitely more fecund than all of you because I have children, right? So your fecundity is measured about how many reproductions or offspring you have, right? So that's one place you could win over people, is how fecund you are.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so big fecund female. Ready?
Yeah.
Big fecund female. That's why a lot of the times when you have like ocean limits and ocean sizes, it's to limit the taking of female fish that are big. Because female fish can hold more eggs, and we want more eggs out in the wild. Even fish sticks makes me uncomfortable. Fish sticks makes the BBC uncomfortable. When they were going to film my fish I have some really cool pictures from the BBC because they were going to film my fish before COVID. It was going to be a cool project. And they're like, we don't want to deal with the sex. We just want to, we want to see the act happen. And we're like, you're a nature documentary show. You show, lions doing it. No, they wanted to be we don't need to see the dirty deed. And I was like, okay.
All right then, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Should we go on to Animal Crossing, or should we keep answering more questions?
Yeah, we can hop in. Let's, I'm trying to think. I feel like we covered most of the questions that were asked. Let me
I can do a speed
reference back to,
no,
we don't need to speed run it, because we can answer those questions as well later. If we run out of Animal Crossing specific things, I was just gonna look back in here and make sure that there's nothing
Ooh. What's the coolest example of symbiotic relationships in ocean biology?
That is a fun one.
The fun one is the ocean cleaning fish. Those are so much fun. A fish will be giant sea bass have in the picture that Sky was showing, they had that fish had a bunch of crap coming off its head. It's all parasites, because the larger animal you are, the more parasites you can take on without dying. So there's a large parasite load.
Get doofed, losers.
No, I will not.
Damn, Douglas. Jeez.
So fish. So there's fish that will clean, or even shrimps. That these giant fish know, or even other fish will know that if they swim to this fish, just like in the car wash in Shark Tale, these fish will go and eat the parasites off them and clean them. And they don't eat the little fish, because they know if they eat the fish or the shrimps that clean them, they will they don't get cleaned. And they really want to get rid of all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we've covered a lot of it. There's a lot of questions about specific like octopuses and squids and stuff like that, but I feel like we'll cover that when we get into Animal Crossing because those are a big part of the marine biology and Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I have played the Subnautica games. I love them. They're not scary games. They have scary creatures in them. Is what makes them scary. And yeah.
Also, Rosie, that question is exactly why we're playing Animal Crossing during this stream. She asked if the Animal Crossing fish are accurate to life.
You know, me and my other marine biologist friend got into we fed into a rant with each other one time, and we're like, why is it this way?
I just realized at some point my music paused, and I don't know when it did, but that's fine because we're gonna swap over to Animal Crossing anyway. I'm gonna do the jump over there real quick, and then we can open up your island.
So somebody says, what are the top deep sea fish? We can talk about that later.
Also, JoJo's welcome in. Welcome to the Little Clouds. Thanks for being here.
Electric eels do not shock themselves because I believe they have a mucous membrane that makes it so they don't shock themselves, which is pretty cool. Oh, so this one was really cool. I read this one last night. What are thoughts on dolphins and orcas? I used to love them, but I heard about the atrocities that these intelligent animals do. I would like to so you cannot hold these animals the same standards as humans because they're not, right? They're animals, right? They don't have any morality that pertains to us. They're more, even if they did have morals, to be different than ours. So how they live their lives, and even if they use like animals to they use animals and hunt them for sport, it's not really their fault that they are using animals for sport. It's what they do to survive.
Yeah, it's just instincts. So
so it'd be good, don't anthropomorphize themselves. Don't anthropomorphize them that way because it's not fair to them, right?
Yeah.
So you can't really hold them the same standard as us. I mean, the fact that they do stuff like that is what I think makes it really cool.
Here's a whale of a tail. Can someone survive if eaten by a whale? Like Jonah?
Oh, interesting question.
Oh, interesting. The whale would probably spit you out and not eat you at all, to be honest.
You would give it a stomach ache, eh?
Yeah, it'd probably spit you out, just even if it gulped you up. There are so many videos of people on kayaks almost getting eaten by whales, but they're not because the whales know they're there and they choose not to swallow them up because they're kind of cool like that. So you would probably not be in the whale's stomach because you couldn't go down the esophagus, or it would just, like I said, open you up and just spit you out or avoid you entirely. Because whales are pretty good at that. I don't know if there's any recorded
actual people getting eaten by whales.
Yeah.
I'm curious about that as well.
Yeah. Orcas are so smart. Yes, I love them. Only sperm whales actually have the softness. That would make sense because of what they eat.
Yeah, sperm whales are the ones that are that people suspect are the ones that eat giant squids, yes?
They have a big battle. Yeah. Big battle with giant squids. It's very cool.
Yeah.
It is very, very cool.
Little badasses, you know? Well, not little.
No.
Very big badasses.
Yeah, very, very big.
Oh my god.
Somebody said not that I know of. I feel like they should. Orcas should have done it, but I think they're just too smart to know that they don't want to play that game. They're like, no.
Yeah.
I don't. They're like, I know what happened.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever even in the recorded captivity attacks, they never eat people. It's more like a leave me the fuck alone kind of attack.
Yeah. They would, if anything, they would just really flick you with your tail and get you soaking wet and then just bounce.
Yeah, I think a majority of them are just drownings. They usually drag people to the bottom of the pool and just drown them.
Yeah. Okay, so sperm whales actually can shrink their noggin, their nose. So they have an amazing, I am open, but you're doing chores for Animal Crossing, which is very understandable.
Yes. Well, I was just doing it while we were talking, but I will come over here shortly.
No, it's mine's open. I was just gonna keep talking about sperm whales. So sperm whales actually, the reason why they're called sperm whales is they have something called spermicide in there, and they believe that this they have such a big like noggin and head, and it's because it's good for collapsing on itself. It can actually shrink down quite a bit the deeper they go. Not a lot is not known about sperm whales is because they have the ability to go deep whenever they want to and resurface weeks later. I think they can be gone for a very long time and in a different spot, so it's hard to track them. They're very elusive. Is it true that orcas do eat mooses? Because they can and they will. And why not?
Orca says, I mean, it's there. It's free food. That moose came down into my territory. Why wouldn't you?
I could just see them sitting there going, do you see this thing?
Does
it not know we're here?
Yeah. Did you really just see this terrestrial creature dive down into our territory? What a nerd. What an absolute fool.
They are the only, orcas are the only ones to hunt. I don't think they hunt sperm whales that much though, because sperm whales are mean and nasty.
Yeah.
they're ready to put up a fight. So blue whales are just so big that they're not ready for it. I mean, like I said, they're too big, but like the babies are just not like. It's hard to take care of a baby, a baby, and then also deal with like 10
of the adults.
Yeah. But sperm whales, they don't put up with crap because they fight giant squid.
Yeah.
And like the cool thing about giant squid is it was always a myth that was like now shown to be we believe to be true. So I can't wait till that's like on camera one day. I'll lose my crap.
Wait, like them fighting to each other,
no,
or just like that they exist? Okay.
That they exist. Yeah. Because we had these scars that we know
really
about.
say let's get thus landlubber when they see a moose.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Let's get this landlubber. Fucking idiot. Get out of here.
Orcas really don't hunt humans, and most things in the water don't care about you. In the ocean, they do not care about you. People are always like, but I go into the ocean, it's dark. Look, they don't want you.
They don't want
your toesies.
Yeah, they don't want your dumb legs swinging around in their faces.
God,
get that shit out of here.
Yeah, you're really healthy. Like, I don't need to deal with a healthy person. Like, I want something that's dying. It makes it easier for me. And the sad thing is, land gang versus sea gang. Well, there's more sea, and there's only going to be more sea because of ocean levels are rising due to increasing temperatures of the ocean and melting of the ice caps. So, get on board with being a sea person. Come on, guys.
Let's all become. It's time to become mermaids, everybody.
Yeah. So another thing that people didn't get a chance to talk about, or people don't really get a chance to tell people about, is the whaling industry killed a lot of animals, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And so, think about all the giant whales we could have if we hadn't killed a bunch of them.
So true.
We are seeing like a really nice increase in their numbers and sizes, which is great. But like, it's still like Moby Dick most certainly could have existed because there are like albino sperm whales out there. How do we become sea people? You retreat into the water with me.
Learn to hold your breath for a really long time. That's the beginning.
So I also have almost have an anthropology degree. I literally just needed to take a nutrition class and like a different comms class, and I didn't want to because I wanted to get out of there. Welcome in, person.
Hold on, I'm double checking.
Yeah, Mimic Bert. Welcome in, Mimic Bert. We're doing ocean stuff.
Okay.
So what was I talking about?
Whales coming back.
Whales coming back. Crap.
Why?
I saw mermaids, and I've gotten really like.
You've gotten sidetracked. My OBS is having trouble connecting to the chat, so I'm not getting live updates to the chat.
What?
So I'm
also getting weird connections to the chat as well.
The bit rate's fine, but I just noticed that the chat isn't updating basically. So
on my thing, it shows a little spinning wheel connecting to chat.
Yeah.
Chat, are you out there?
maybe it's a Twitch issue? It's not letting it, like, because the bitrate's fine, so they can see and hear us. We just can't see what they're saying. Just so you know, chat, we can't see you currently, so.
But I mean, if you're in the Discord.
Yeah, if you're in the put your questions in the Discord if you need your burning questions answered.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna come to your island here in a second. I just gotta give this to Zell. Okay, there we go. It reconnected, so I think we're good.
Okay. That was a Twitch thing, because my thing is still not connected to chat. How strange.
Okay. OBS is caught up, so hopefully I'll start seeing messages again. But Twitch has been really struggling lately with the bitrate drop on Monday, and oh man.
Twitch is like ran by raccoons, I think. I honestly think. They just pressing all the buttons right now.
Yeah, just slamming all those buttons, obviously.
So what was I talking about? Because I got sidetracked about mermaids. Ugh.
Whales. I did.
Well, big whales. We would have really huge whales, and that's really sad that we don't have huge whales. But things are coming back because we are protecting these whales. That's why you shouldn't eat ocean or dolphins or just don't eat those meats. We don't need that in our. Ooh, we don't need that in our
lives.
Yeah. Don't eat shark either. Shark is bad for you. I know people love shark fin soup, and if that's part of your culture, that's fine. I'm just talking about from the health level. Sharks are a big carrier of mercury. Mercury is not good for you. Shark fin soup has been shown to have so much mercury levels in it, it is actually kind of bad for you.
Interesting.
So, yeah, like, if that's part of your culture, that's fine. But if you can avoid shark fin soup, it's just not good for you. And that's the only thing that that's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not commenting on cultures. It's just bad for you. And I wish they'd use the whole shark and not just the fins, because it's wasteful.
Yeah, specifically because they take the fins off the shark and then throw it back into the ocean. Like, that's just fucking disrespectful.
Yeah, it's very wasteful.
And I feel like any actual, like, people who actually consume shark fin soup culturally and not just as a that it's not just a cash industry, like, would in fact use all of the shark. I feel like a majority of cultural dishes very specifically do, like, respect the animal in that way, you know? It's just because it's a quick money industry. Okay. Also, I'm hearing, like, wind from your end.
You are?
Yeah, I am.
I think it's the thunderstorm that's blowing away.
Oh, is it the thunder rumbling?
It might be.
Oh my gosh. It could be. It definitely could be the sound of the thunder.
Yeah, because I have, like, my window open, but, like...
Oh.
So you might be hearing, like, some thunder.
Okay, I'm starting to see messages in the chat again. This is good. This is
God,
good.
you guys are
the
back.
Chat's back. Welcome back, everybody. Hello? We could not see you for so long. Okay, I'm actually seeing messages now.
See either.
This is good. This is good. We can now see you guys again.
Okay, so you guys were also having this problem.
Yeah, it seems like everybody was just not able to comment. Yeah, Twitch side error. Twitch is having a lot of Twitch side errors lately.
I told you, it's run by raccoons. That's the only way this is, like, you know. That's the only way that explains all this.
Yeah, very true, very true. Twitch be bitchin'.
So guys, my island is only a little bit. It's only a little bit of Halloweenish because it's not full Halloween, right?
Mine isn't Halloweenish at all currently. I feel kind of bad, but I was like, oops, I need to actually just do something with my island. Look, you know, so I was like, we're just gonna fix it up real quick, you know. It's fine. Toss that down there for a minute so I
can't believe you heard the thunder and I did it.
I know.
It's just
rumbling. I was rumbling. All right. I think I should be able to just come by looking for open islands.
Refresh your browser.
Yeah, refresh if you haven't. Feel free to make an announcement of that, Flam, if you need to. I have 4 pets. Welcome in. Congratulations on your 4 pets. All right, here I come, Queen. Coming to look at your museum.
I'm so excited. I mean, you know, also tiny island tour if you'd like. You know, only
sometimes I forget to press the A button and I just sit and I'm like,
Yeah,
why isn't it progressing forward? Oh my goodness. All right. Online.
I think they're probably still having it because of how slow the chat is going.
Yeah, oh, I think so, for sure. People are just slowly being able to come back. I don't know what the heck's happening there. Like, they must be having a serious issue. Because the viewer count didn't drop, it's just people weren't able to comment. Well, I guess it did a little bit, but...
Well, now
it's because everyone's refreshing right now.
Oh, yeah, because all of a sudden it was like 92, now it's like a little bit. Wow.
Okay, you didn't dodo code it, right? It's just open for friends.
No.
Okay. Oh! I've never traveled to an island via friends. That's why I didn't have a best friends list.
Oh!
Everyone kept being like, oh, if you add us as friends, if you add us as friends, then we'll be able to send you stuff. And I was like, I don't have the friends list.
Oh my god!
Turns out you have to travel to someone's island via being friends.
But what if you didn't have a friend? And like people still wanted to. That's so rude, Nintendo.
Oh my god.
So
It really said, Sky, you have no friends. Have you played Slime Rancher 2 yet? Yes, I play it every Friday. I've been playing it every Friday for like 3 weeks.
She's been ranching and sliming.
It's Paisley. It's been so long since I've been to Paisley.
It really has. This is the foundation of our friendship.
Technically, this account has never been to Paisley.
True.
Whoa. Only the OG island person has been here.
Oh
from
my god.
Plushtopia. That was the name of my original island. I had to think about it for a minute. I was like, it's Plush. It wasn't Plushville. Ryan Drake Fox, welcome in. Foss Gremlin, Still Hungry Man. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. Welcome to the Little Clouds. That's a lie. Sky's a friend to many. I try to be a friend to many.
Very true.
So many people asked me if I was at TwitchCon, and I'm not gonna lie, the chaos that happened at TwitchCon, I'm a little glad I wasn't there. I'd like to go at some point. I feel like next year I will be significant enough to warrant going, you know what I mean?
Oh, you need to be able to see me.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
I'd say you could be my +1, but more than likely Tech Husband will be my +1.
No, you should take your husband with you.
It kind of depends. I don't know. Depends on who wants to socialize, because it could be a lot of socialization.
Yep.
I doubt I would have a panel. I don't think I'm going to be that big.
You could be in the partner lounge.
Yeah.
There were some people who were like, the big VTubers are so cliquey. And I'm like, well, if you're a small VTuber, it doesn't mean that, like, you can just, like, be friends with people you don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to do.
There was a mixture. So, like, people are entitled to just hang out with their friends. The main thing the one thing I heard is that there were certain people that were asking, like, what's your follower count before they were willing to talk to people, basically. And I'm like, that is shitty no matter what. But, like, if you're just like, yeah, I don't want to invite a stranger to hang out with me in my friend group, that's completely valid.
Yeah,
like,
oh my gosh. There was some people I've heard that it was, like, small YouTubers who were like, follow me. Like we should follow each other, and like stared and like waited, like hello, and then the people were like, they felt like they had to do it.
Yeah, and then it's just like, awkward.
So this is Paisley. It is a crazy paradise, very crowded.
Ellie is the queen of cluttered decoration.
Cute. Yeah, cluttered
cute.
cottagecore. Yeah. I just like put stuff on top of each other.
Does anyone here know how to traverse the multiverse? No?
Oh wait, here, this
Just
is
me?
the...
Okay then.
The Halloween path. Oh
yeah,
look, a dead person picnic. See, what's happened here is Douglas has taken this person's schmeat and turned it into the picnic.
You know, I get it. That makes sense. It's a, you know, Douglas gotta eat.
Yeah.
You know, Douglas gotta eat, you know?
He
Oh, wait, here,
gotta. I like that we have, like, polar opposite
I've
Halloween
been
costumes.
breeding racing deer. Just trying to make a quick buck.
Oh my god. Beta! How dare you?
Wait, how do I,
How do people have the gall to force people to follow them? Well, that's the thing, is that, like, when you meet someone at an event and then immediately are like, we should follow each other, that just, it shows immediately that what you want is to capitalize off of knowing that person, right?
Yep.
Like, which is
Yep.
shitty. Like, people know when you grow a following, people are like, yeah, let's, like, I want to collaborate with you. And it's not because I like to be a part, like, that I like you. It's because I want to capitalize off of your following, basically.
Exactly. Okay.
And, like, people think that, I think some people think that other content creators are stupid and don't know that.
Yeah,
Oh my
they
goodness.
are. So this is Paisley. That's the seasonal section.
Yep.
We have the frog Lily, and we have Julian, and we have Old Man Apollo, and he's wearing his old man glasses. Good boy.
There
Good
he
job.
is. Oh. He's just ready
Turn around.
to do some reading, eh?
Turn around, Apollo.
Turn around.
There we go. Yeah, what a good boy. That's Julian.
Mm-hmm.
He looked great. This is my house. This is where the frame rate drops, but
Yeah,
But-
it drops so heavily.
look. If you tilt the camera up,
Yep.
it's gorgeous.
Ellie's Island is a frame rate disaster.
But it's for aesthetic reasons. Like, look
Oh
at
my
that.
God.
Who wouldn't love that, right? Like, this is gorgeous. Like,
It is a very
Yes.
nice photo spot.
yeah.
But
So,
anyway, I think we should get back on the topic.
yes, of ocean things.
Yeah, of ocean things.
You're on the right way. You're
Yeah.
going the right way.
Oh my god, the lag.
That's the only laggy part. Like, it's over here is so much better now. Like, look at all the little running you do.
Ah, yes, we're free. Look
Yep.
at that. Isn't that the coelacanth head?
Yeah, see the
Yeah,
camp? Well, is it something else actually? I think it's actually something else.
it might be. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. It's ancient fish. So that fish
Ancient
is a bony
fish.
It's a fish. I know all about that fish. So it's all armor plated head. It's a very heavy fish. That's all bone, which is very different. Most fish don't have that.
Just a nasty boy.
Yeah.
To the fish.
Ba-ba-bum.
So what section exactly do we want to talk about?
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not loaded in. Hold on.
Okay.
Come on, load in. Okay, there we go. Okay. So these are all fine. I mean, you wouldn't have them like this next to each other, but like this is a video game.
Yeah.
Ooh. Hold on.
You got the big, is that the big booms that's happening right there?
I don't know what that was, but that was something right there.
That was a lot.
Okay. So these are all really cool fish, right? Right.
mhm.
I have no problem with these fish. These are actually probably accurately represented, and even these guys. People think that like piranhas. There's a little piranha up there.
Yeah.
If people think that piranhas like are. They're not like in the Indiana Jones movies when you put your hand in there.
He do be
And
trying
then-
to eat your face though.
I mean, okay, you know. He doesn't have to disprove me just like that. But like they won't like if you put your hand in, they're not automatically gonna swarm and eat you.
Yeah.
But if you do like pretend like your little hands like a flopping fish, like dying fish, then it will be curious. They are like little pack animals, but they're not as ferocious.
as,
And I tried.
as horror movies like to make them seem.
So I realized that in this closet, like this outfit that I'm wearing, it like matches the little outfit you made for me. on
Oh,
my
so
beach
true.
trip.
It does.
Yeah, wait, let me see
You
if I
just
can,
happen to be a little purple magical girl
yeah,
with brown
so
hair.
I couldn't. I didn't have like a bun thing, so this is as best as I could do.
You know, it's fine.
So these are actually pretty accurate as well. So the like in the little frog. This is all really cool old ancient fish. So there's a lot of freshwater fish that are like super ancient fish that have been around for millions and millions of years. So that's very cool that you have these guys here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go this way. I think this is like their kelp forest, quote unquote. Right over here.
Probably. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a minute since I walked through the fish section of the museum.
Yeah, it's been a while for me. I don't have all the bugs yet. Yeah.
The bugs, it's hard to get all the bugs. They're a lot more finicky, I think. The small friends. We got the pufferfish. We got the seahorse.
So, you wouldn't have a pufferfish here. I don't know why it's here. I don't understand it. It's not here. There's not any cold water pufferfish. You don't have them here. I don't know why it's here in the kelp forest. Because the kelp forest is cold water. Like it should be up with the tropical fish, which is up there where the garden eels are. So that's also dumb. Like what the heck, Animal Crossing? That guy doesn't belong here. Hammerheads, that's fine. Hammerheads kind of show up everywhere. This seahorse, definitely there's seahorses here. Abalone and this very cool Moray eel. I think that's what that is supposed to be.
Yeah.
That like swam
there he
by.
Go. Yeah.
There he go. He gone.
There he go.
But you definitely would have these, and these are based off of giant kelp. These, if you ever heard of like cool seaweeds and stuff like that, it's always based off of giant kelp, which is this, because they're the coolest things. They look cool.
The coolest seaweed.
The coolest seaweed. The zebra turkeyfish. I don't know if you see it.
Yeah. This
thing. Okay, first of all, I don't understand why they call it zebra turkeyfish. I don't get it.
Fish, right?
I looked this up. Okay, I looked this up to see like finally what it is. And like honestly, it's a lionfish. Like it's always referred to as a lionfish. A zebra turkeyfish is a type of lionfish, but I don't know why they're getting so specific about it. I wonder if it's because so right now we have a huge problem with invasive lionfish. They are like truly invasive, and they are going around and destroying different ecosystems. Because they're predators, and because the place they've been introduced to, they have these venomous spines on them, and nothing can eat them. So they get huge, and they're just eating everything, eating all these tiny little reef fish. It's very sad. So I wonder if they called it a zebra turkeyfish in order for the negative connotation of lionfish, but I don't know.
Oh, to like give people a more positive association with the type of fish.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. It's dumb. This little cute guy.
Yeah, I know a couple people asked about the swimmy crab here too.
Yeah, this is what they actually look like in the wild. Welcome in, follower.
Jex Mix, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, and welcome to the little clouds.
Yeah, so these little swimmy guys are actually look like this, and they just can swim around, just like this. Like this is a perfect.
They just
example.
paddle around.
This is a perfect example of this. We have a red snapper here. Red snappers show up everywhere in the world. Even if there's a study that showed that they were looking to see like how what's the evolution of red snappers and where did they come from? And it turns out it was on the east coast of like Brazil all the way up to Florida. It was like turns out they're all the same fish. They just look different.
Interesting.
So like sometimes fish can or even algae or seaweed can change their morphology, what they look like physically, depending on the conditions that they are in. So like even though it's like genetically the same thing, the conditions it experiences will make it look physically different, which is very cool. So red snappers sometimes can be the same fish even though they look really different.
Huh.
Very cool, right?
Yeah.
So we got some barnacles. Ooh, is this a sea squirt? Oh, it's a red thing. It's called a sea pineapple. What the heck? This little red thing over here is a sea squirt. It is a Eurochordate and is actually related to us. It's like
it's related to us? Like as people?
Like as vertebrates. So everything with spines.
God, that's so funny.
Yeah.
Wild.
Distant cousin. That barred knife jaw is the little black and white ones, and those are actually found in kelp forests. So that's actually accurate. That's like where it'd be accurate. The sea bass, though, don't look like anything. That don't look like But look, this
The
is a
sea
fish
bass
shape.
swimming around in the back there.
Yeah, it's just a fish shape. Like, it's yeah.
Generic fish shape with some speckles.
Yeah, I honestly don't get it. And if you had Chilean sea bass, by the way, they're not actually sea bass. They're just a fish with a fancy name. So what happened was that there was another fish that used to be very popular, and it got overfished, so they couldn't fish it anymore. They're like, crap, what do we do? They took an ugly fish, and they're like, well, we should give it a good name because nobody will care what it looks like because it's gonna be all cut up in fillets, and it's tasty. And it's called Chilean sea bass. It used to be trash fish that no one ate, that everyone loves now because it tastes good. So they just gave it. They was just branding and marketing, and the Chilean sea bass, got a whole new life to be overfished.
People were curious why. Like, do you know much about the little swimmy crab?
What would they like to know about it? Because they're very common and they just hang out.
They're curious why they swim, like, because most crabs are shown as, like, walking along the seafloor. Like, is there a reason that they swim around like that, or?
Well, yeah, it's better to position themselves in the water column. So, let's say a wave comes by and washes you out somewhere. You don't have to just be clinging to rocks. Now you can go wherever you want to. And it's actually very common for crabs to be able to swim. So, this swimming crab is not the only crab that has little peliopods that are little flippy flappers like this. So there's actually a lot of crabs out there that'll have a little bit of like paddles on their peliopods. That's what they're called. Their little leggies, peliopods.
Peliopods.
These guys swim just so they have an advantage. Being able to be on land and swim is an advantage. You get to occupy 2 different areas. And I think these guys are so good at swimming that they don't go on land as much anymore because but I think they can do both still. There are some crabs that don't really go on land anymore because they're so good at swimming. But these guys, I think, are still 50-50. Yeah.
Interesting.
Love the little flappy flappity.
Yeah. Penn also mentioned that Moray eels have 2 sets of jaws, one set back in their mouth to hold prey.
Yes, I actually know the lady who made that famous.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. And then I was in 2019 there was a scientist argument about what they should call the jaws and how many bones are in the jaws. It was very nerdy. It was very nerdy.
Very marine biology nerdy. Should we go to the tropical fish?
Yeah, is there anything else? Wait, let me see if there's anything else down here.
Anybody else important to talk about in here?
Oh, we do have the sawfish. So let's talk about the sawfish that's down there. He's got a long guitar fish nose.
Don't you mean the saw shark?
Oh God. Yeah. Okay. Fine. You're right. Okay. So these guys are actually kind of critical. They're getting really endangered because their little noses get wrapped up. The little rostrums get wrapped up in nets.
I bet they're terrible with nets. That's super not ideal for those little guys.
And so what they do with their little rostrums is that they whack fish with them, and they skewer fish, and then they kind of get the fish off. So when you have a little projecting sword on your face, and then you have little pokey sticks on the side, you can go through schools of fish and slash the school of fish, and cause the fish to be knocked out or something, and then you can eat them up as they sink to the floor. They're pretty cool. It can also be used to find things. I know also that they use they can use the little rostrums to find little stuff in the ground, like a little hammerhead.
Yes, they are sawfish, not saw sharks. They're not sharks.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a 90s thing that got put out there, and then it was just not as publicly corrected.
Yeah, they also call them guitar fish too, I think, sometimes.
Because their nose looks like the top of a guitar?
Yeah. Huh. Now you're getting it.
That's interesting.
And there's a shovel-nosed guitar fish, which kind of has a more shovel nose, but looks like a guitar fish, but doesn't have all the little spikes on it.
Oh, I just noticed they have little feelers that come off the bottom.
Yeah. So, like I said, they also use little feelers to maybe eat the things that are on the bottom, like a little bit like a hammerhead. So we can talk about hammerhead as it swims by.
Yeah.
So this hammerhead shark is really cool because it actually, is a little metal detector. And it has so many It has so many little detectors in it that it's very sensitive to things that are on the ground or below it. Not only that, I actually just saw a talk or a paper. They just gave like a scientific presentation about how good uh, a hammerhead sight is, and it's actually pretty good. The way that they position it on their head and their noggins, they can actually see very well. They have very good stereoscopic sight, except like if it's like right in front of their nose, then they can kind of hit you in the face on accident. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
they got a
kinda makes
blind
sense.
spot right there in the middle.
Yeah, but they actually have pretty good sight, and it was just the talk. It was just a scientific talk I saw at the fish conference that I went to about it. It was pretty cool, actually. I'm really glad I watched that one.
Okay. Still Hungry Man asked, saw sharks aren't sharks. What makes them not sharks?
They are sharks. You know, why things get renamed, I don't know. It's a lot of hubbub sometimes. So, like, let's see if I can find Sawfish. Yeah, so Sawfish is known as the carpenter sharks, are a family of rays. So that's probably why they changed it from shark, is because they are technically a ray.
Interesting. So they're
But
more closely related to like rays, or well,
Mhm.
stingrays and stuff,
Yep,
than
yep.
sharks.
Yeah, but sharks and rays are very closely related. And somebody said shark skates are rays in the Discord, and I say rays. I like rays. Skates are weird. And that's my subjective answer. Okay. So I saw another thing about sharks. We're talking about sharks.
Temperature
Hammerhead.
tolerance as well.
Okay. Okay, so hammerheads can't detect electrical. Yes, they can detect electrical fields.
And then
Mac
right
and
after
cheese.
that.
Yeah.
No, right
These
after.
sharks-
Yeah.
These sharks
Remember,
have good temperature
class.
tolerance.
Fish are friends, not food.
Exactly.
But man, are friends tasty.
Man, our friends tasty. So
They
true.
are. Oh my god, it is so stormy out all of a sudden. It was like I thought the clouds were. I'm sorry. Storm update on my end, because I never get storms. It was like sunny, and I thought the clouds were leaving, and now it is dark outside. So
I
this is
hope
exciting.
some of those clouds make it up to us, but there's no way
I
they're
do
gonna
too.
make it over the mountains, and I'll cry.
Okay. So sharks have very different temperature tolerances. It all depends on what species of shark we're talking about here. Some sharks, like the great white, like to be in cold water environment. And my mother lied to me when we were swimming in the ocean, and I said, "Mom, great whites can't come and get me, right?" And then my mom said, "No, they're too cold for you. They're too cold for here." I was lied to, but now I could swim in the ocean. I think she was more like saying like they wouldn't come to this one area. Oh, you might want to tap your switch. The screen has gone dark. There we go. But it all depends on what shark you can, what their preferred temperature habitat is, and I couldn't make a broad sweeping statement. All I can tell you is that sharks like the great white have been found to be like at the depth of like the abyssal zone, like some of the deepest places in Hawaii. It's like some of great whites have been using ocean trenches as highways to get to point A and B, because there's not a lot of like
Not a
it's
lot of
insane.
competition down there.
No, and they can just cruise through because there's not a lot of things in the way. And like that was like a local lab discovered that, and they're like, here's a video of a shark at the bottom of the ocean in Hawaii. It's from California. It likes to make Hawaiian trips like all the time, and it's like, what?
Interesting.
Yeah. So they can do a lot of different temperature tolerances, but there's definitely some like the Greenland shark that will just stay in icy depths. Actually, that's a lie. They also ended up in Hawaii at one time. I lied.
Sharks
Sharks can
love
go anywhere.
Hawaii.
Yeah, they can go anywhere.
And
Let's
then
see.
you get bitches like the bull shark that are like, salt
Oh.
water, fuck that. We're going into fresh water and we're gonna eat your ass.
So can I talk about bull sharks?
Yeah, talk
Because
about bull sharks. They spooky as fuck.
Those are the only ones that scare me.
Yeah,
Like bull
they
sharks,
should scare you.
like a great white, like fine.
Yeah.
Those are just like where I live. People surf with them all the time. You just don't bother them.
Tiger sharks, whatever. Great owls, thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
Bull sharks have the most bites on record because they just don't care.
They're just
They literally
mean.
don't care. Yeah, they're mean. They're nasty. They look mean and nasty.
Mm-hmm.
And like, They go into the freaking freshwater.
Yeah.
Like, all the time. I don't understand how they do it. Scientists still don't understand how they do it. I went to see a talk on it, and they're like, yeah, we don't understand why they're doing this. Like, I don't like bull sharks. They scare me. I
don't think anybody does like bull sharks. They really, they say,
No,
fuck nature, I'm swimming from the ocean into a river, and I'm going to destroy anything in my way. Like, you just do not, if you come face to face with one of those, pray. Pray to whatever you believe in.
So somebody was asking about, can we also have some facts about manta rays and stingrays? So if you could be a little bit more, like, specific. Like, manta rays are really huge, big, and they eat plankton. Welcome in, follower.
Oh, Applin lover.
Oh,
they really found me. Appleton
Targeted.
obsessed person.
Yeah.
Welcome to the little clouds.
So manta rays get huge and then like to jump out of the water, and we don't know why. It could be a display of behavior. It could be to, like, jumping out of water. It could be to get off parasites. But they do jump out of water. Manta rays eat plankton, and I've been swimming with them. They're very fun. You can do that in Hawaii. Also another Hawaiian fact.
Yes.
Stingrays.
Someone, I just wanted to touch on, aren't bull sharks the ones who inspired Jaws, not great whites? So, yes, that is true. But they used great whites because they were better known.
I think also that there's a misidentification.
That's a distinct possibility too.
Yeah. I think I remember they thought it was the great white before they realized it was the bull shark. It took them a bit to figure it out.
So great whites got villainized by Jaws when it was bull shark's fault. That bitch.
Yeah. No, it's
Mario Cutie. Welcome in.
Yeah, no, it's not that I'm mad that, like, you know, it's just there are so many facts I could give you shark skate and rays that are not very interesting to you. And I don't mean that as, like, you like, oh no, I love all facts. There's, like, I could tell you about the bone structures, and you'd be like, all right, maybe not those facts, right? So that's the only thing is, like, if you guys want, like, if you would like, ask specific questions so I can give you cool answers and then generalize on the topics. It's really hard to be like, give me a fish fact. And I'll be like, this is the fish fact I give?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the fish fact I give when people just ask for fish facts. Did you know that birth control works on fish? So sometimes in high populations, when people are peeing, they pee out the same hormones that also work on fish to stop them from having babies. Look,
that's wild. I did not know that. That's a great fact. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, sometimes it's a mood killer. People are like, I didn't want to hear about humans peeing, you know, but it is interesting. That's
if you pee in the ocean, you might be providing birth control to fish.
Planned Parenthood for all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody's shooketh over the fact that Jaws is based off of a bull shark and not a great white. Yeah.
Yeah, because even when they like, oh, it's raining. I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, like you said, it was probably a misidentification, but like, yeah, bull sharks are way, like, they make up way more of the shark attacks than great whites ever have. Also, Whisper said, even shark lovers hate bull sharks.
Yeah.
They're just bad. Like, they just perpetuate that, like, fear of sharks that it unnecessarily, because they're, like, the only mean shark, really.
I mean, cookie cutters are kind of terrible, too. Cookie cutters just like to take little bites out of things, and they hurt.
Just little nasty boys.
They're little nasty boys. They leave those little cookie cutter marks in you.
Yeah, but they also won't, like, kill you, you know?
Bull sharks are, like, very aggressive, very territorial, and they're very good at hiding. They're very good at camouflaging. That's why it took so long to figure out if it was a bull shark.
Yeah.
I think that marine biologists actually started to identify the differences in bite marks between the two. Yeah.
You've set off Pen and Whisper. Cookie cutter sharks look terrifying. I hate cookie cutter sharks.
Yeah, you look them up, guys.
They haunt my nightmares. They are ugly as sin. Oh my god. They really are nightmare fuel. Like, you think deep sea fish are nightmare fuel? Nah, cookie cutter sharks. That's the real nightmare fuel.
You're scared of mud skippers, but why? They're cute.
They're just little guys hanging out in the mud. What? Yeah, goblin sharks also little nasty boys. Real
they don't-
ugly.
They don't bite people.
No,
don't
they
just
do
go
not. They've got a face only a mother could love.
So somebody wanted to know about, like, I think they're like, what is the coolest thing an octopus I've heard done? Octopus
Yeah,
solve, like,
yeah.
puzzles. They solve mazes.
Octopuses are wild.
They are wild. I know somebody who was trying to quantify, like, how they think. Like, so having conscious thought, like, you know, like, oh, I love butterflies, they're so pretty, is really hard to quantify in an animal. And his job was, he's going to try to quantify their smartness and, like, how they think, which is super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he's doing with himself, but he's, like, in Switzerland somewhere, doing great things, touring the world.
In 1937, a bull shark was discovered in the Mississippi River all the way in Illinois. They really are jerks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of the bull shark attacks are generally when they have swam up rivers.
Yeah.
Because people have swam in these rivers all their lives, and obviously have never been attacked by anything, so they just don't even, like, know to, like, look for it, and they're just so dang territorial, like, any thrashing at all will, like, set them off. I think, like, bull shark attacks are horrifying, but also so fascinating, but terrifying, because they, like, it's usually, like, when people get found after bull shark attacks, it's, like, not a person, it's, like, a part of a person. It's, like, we found one foot kind of shit.
Yeah, they're pretty aggressive, and, like, the thing is, too, they won't even eat what they've attacked. It's just in their vicinity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think they're like, I want to say they attack similarly to alligators, like they thrash a lot, because I think
that's all sharks, though. All sharks
well,
do
that's
a lot
fair.
Of thrashing. Yeah,
I think I just specifically, I feel like I remember seeing stuff at, like, because they were in freshwater, sometimes their attacks would be mistaken for alligator attacks.
Yeah, but I think that's just because both of them, because you would assume
they frequent the same spaces.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna, like, oh, this is freshwater, there must be an alligator attacking something.
Yeah.
Not a shark, right? Especially bull sharks are the beautiful shade of brown, like the same muddy color as a river.
Yeah,
so
as all East Coast rivers. There's no such thing as a beautiful river on the East Coast.
Alligators cannot go in the water. Crocodiles can go in salt water.
Yeah.
There is a saltwater crocodile, and it is invasive in some ways. Where near Australia, when, like, big tsunamis happen, sometimes saltwater crocodiles will happen up in Indonesia.
Oh, interesting.
Like, yeah.
Like they get shoved there by the...
Uh-huh.
Huh.
Uh-huh. And it ain't good time. Not a good time for anybody. It is illegal to hunt whales in the whole United States.
Oh, yeah. It's illegal to hunt whales absolutely everywhere, I think.
And I know you said Nebraska to be funny, because you're landlocked, right?
Yeah.
Right. But, in the United States, there's a federal law that says you cannot touch mammals, like marine mammals.
Mm-hmm.
So, do not touch a marine mammal, or else you get a big fine. Okay. Let's go look at
Sharknado, make way for croc tsunami.
I know, right?
That's a great one. Oh my god.
And it's much more plausible too, which is really scary.
I can just imagine the box art of, like, crocodiles, like, on top of a giant wave, and people, like, running and screaming in the foreground. That would be so funny. Oh my god.
But you know what's really funny? You've seen my lab. You know that we have a Sharknado poster.
You do
in
indeed.
My lab. Yeah.
You gotta have some Sharknados. What if I want to hug a blue whale?
That's illegal. You can't.
How do people get away with? Wait, like
they don't. That's all bad. Every
so,
time,
like, the people,
Instagram people.
Yeah, because
like,
there's so many videos of people, like, kayaking and touching whales.
Wildlife harassment.
Interesting. Like, so can you be, like, fined when you post videos like that?
Yes.
Fascinating.
If they wanted to find you, they could do that. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
And they'd be like, Your Honor, Exhibit A.
Exhibit A, they posted it on Instagram.
Instagram reel of them being super aesthetic and like touching. Because like the thing is, it's like you don't. One, it's a good way to deter people from not kayaking near a whale and making them like not be able to do their whale things. And two, you don't know what you're touching, right? Oh, you're gonna touch your Switch is falling asleep.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? My cat is meowing. She wants food. Let me go get some food real quick.
Okay.
Let me feed her. It's because it's 5 o'clock.
All right. Go feed your catto.
Yeah. And then we'll do reef stuff, guys.
Yeah. Then it's reef stuff. As far as if a whale comes up to you, like, one, I think you should be much more concerned about getting out of the way than touching it. Because you are for sure gonna get flipped if you hang out with a whale in a kayak. But I think that's the problem, is most people are like, it's just, your first instinct is to touch it if it comes near you, but that is, you know, they don't even know your ass is there. Oh my god. Can you touch them at an aquarium? Well, yeah, so, first of all, touch tanks in aquariums never contain marine mammals. Like Ellie specifically said, you're not allowed to touch marine mammals, which are warm-blooded, air-breathing creatures, right? In touch tanks in aquariums, you are always touching, like, fish and sharks and things like that. Those are not marine mammals. So it doesn't fall under the same like area. I'm sure that like I'll actually be interested to ask her how, because you do have like dolphin shows and things like that. Also have a good one, Sal.
Hello, I'm back.
Hi. So we had a really good question, or like something that I kind of expanded upon, which they asked about touching marine mammals in aquariums, and I said there's never marine mammals in touch tanks. It's always sharks and like invertebrates and things like that. But that got me on, there are places that host like swim with dolphins and stuff like that. So is that, are those illegal?
No. Those are not legal because of permitting.
Okay, so it's like you can...
Business gotta do business, right?
Yeah.
So like sometimes though, they won't even, let's say you can swim with dolphins, but they won't let you touch dolphins.
Yeah.
Right? So you're swimming next to the dolphins, but you're not touching them.
That's fair. I feel like a lot of the swim with dolphins places that were like, grab the fin and ride on its back like fucking Flipper.
I feel like that's very 90s, like
maybe it's not as common. I've never swum with dolphins.
I don't see it in brochures anymore for stuff like that. Okay,
so maybe it's more just like be in the vicinity of dolphins.
Yeah. Because the thing is it's like, it's good that, you know, like, I mean, yes, you get to swim with dolphins, fine, whatever. But like, it'd be better if you didn't touch it, because what if you did something? You know, they're wild animals. Whew.
Vex Vaughn, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1 for 3 months. Let's go. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Enjoy the new emotes.
Yeah. So like, I saw someone talk about like touching whales, and like, it's just all bad. It's called wildlife harassment. Don't touch them.
Even if they come up to you, I promise you, they're not coming up to you for pets. They probably don't even know you're there, and if they do, it's just out of pure curiosity, but that doesn't give you the right to touch them either way.
It's the same thing with sharks. There's like a lady on Instagram that goes around and swims with sharks, and she touches them. It's just not good. Don't even do that, because you're putting yourself in a situation. It doesn't help. Like, look how gentle they are. They don't touch you. They don't bite. And it's like,
that's all well and good until one does bite you.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, well, guess what? You got bit. Congratulations, right? You know? But yeah, let's go to top.
I like Jacques. Most of these laws are things because people don't have common sense, which is very true.
That's the same thing. Have you heard traffic lights? Traffic lights are one of those things, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this fish is really cool. This giant fish right here. Oh, well, we're not looking the same. Yeah. So what is his name? I just learned his name and I forgot about it because I don't get to see him very much. What is his name? Let's look at it. Let's look at the
Big
thing.
old forehead man.
Yeah, big old
New
forehead
to the stream,
man.
but I saw a lot of your content on Instagram. Well, welcome in. I'm glad you enjoyed my content. We're having a very special 10K stream where
Napoleon
we're here
fish.
with an actual marine biologist looking at fish in Animal Crossing and answering your burning marine biology questions. So
Exactly.
if you have any that you want to ask and you want them to be answered, definitely join the Discord and you can pop your questions in the special chat that's just for
Marine biology questions.
yeah, marine biology questions. Or you can ask them here. We will try and answer them as long as we don't miss them. Oh,
So
your
this is
cousin's a marine biologist too. That's sick. We love that.
Woo! Heck yeah. Okay.
Penn says sheep's head.
It is not a sheep's head.
Oh.
So this is a hump-headed wrasse. That's why I didn't know the name of it. Because I don't know why Animal Crossing uses the least popular names for fish. Sorry.
I don't even remember what this one was called when I caught it.
It's called a Napoleon fish.
Oh, that's
but it's a
right.
hump-headed wrasse. Like I know this fish. Like
Probably because they couldn't put the word hump in because of their own filtering.
Oh.
That one at least makes sense. There's
True.
definitely no way that their filtering program would let the word hump be in.
That's so true. Okay, well that makes more sense now. Now I understand. So this is a wrasse, and wrasses are very successful fish. They proliferated a lot. They have a lot of that's parrotfish are wrasses. Humu nuku nuku apua a is this Hawaiian state fish, and that is a wrasse as well. It's also called a triggerfish, and they have teeth, and they're very they're a much more derived fish. They're newer. Wrasses are really cool, and they have a lot of different cool behaviors and very specialized in many different ways, which is very cool.
People are wondering why it's called a Napoleon fish. Do you have any idea?
Probably some white guy was like, "Look, I'm from France, and this guy is big
kind
and
of looks like
imposing."
Napoleon.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite things to ask people is why is it called that way?
Yeah,
There's like
when they like study it specifically.
Yeah, there's like a dogfish, and nobody will ever tell me why it's called a dogfish. They just don't understand.
Woof.
Yeah. I really wish I could tell you, but no, people just come up with names for stuff and then it sticks.
Yeah.
But it's not very much referred to that as. It's like a footnote, like also known as it's the Maori wrasse, which is probably its real name, Napoleon wrasse, Napoleon fish, Napoleon, and it's a hump-headed wrasse.
Maori wrasse sounds a lot more like where it's from, the tropical areas, because it's like it's like a Hawaiian fish, isn't it?
It's from the Indo-Pacific, as they said.
Yeah.
So there's also some it's pretty
Philippines, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty widespread.
It's an island fish, basically. Warm reef.
It's also under threat because it's cool and it's big. And
yeah, it's beautiful, so people want to kill it. I know someone specifically did ask about the garden eels and like why they do their like sticking their heads under the sand behavior.
Okay, so let's talk about that. And there's also talk about the giant shrimp.
You gotta talk about the giant shrimp.
Okay, so the garden eels are very cool. Garden eels are like a schooling fish, right? And what better way to live your life than ducking in the sand every time something scary comes over you? So they live their life kind of acting like an eelgrass or a type of plant. But sometimes things can tell you're not a plant when they get up close to you, and that is that's when the garden eels will go and shrink into their little burrows. And it works out really well for them because they're pretty fast at it. And they also, if you ever see one in person, they're white and speckly. And they blend in perfectly with their environment. So it's the perfect way for them to live their life and be safe. And that's why they're like little meerkats, basically.
So true. Look for them in the new Pokemon games as the new Diglett variant, Wiglet. Those are based off of the garden eels and their behavior.
So let's talk about the dory fish.
Oh,
also known as
you gotta talk about the Finding Nemo fish in general.
Yeah, also
we've
known
got
as a
we've got a Dumbo octopus in here too, which
Oh,
I know
yeah.
people really wanted you to talk about as well.
Yeah, which is a so let's talk about dory first.
Yeah,
So
gotta.
dory fish is a blue tang or a surgeon fish.
Mm-hmm.
They are actually not good to touch. They have a poisonous barb on the back of their spines of the dorsal fin that will hurt you very much so. Hurt you, hurt you, hurt you. Very badly. So don't touch them. Don't grab them. Other than that, they're pretty cool. Clownfish are also hermaphroditic. They change from males to females, and they live in anemones. Not all clownfish will change, but definitely the orange and black ones will. Um, there's also sandcastle clownfish, which build sandcastles, and they pop at you. It's very cute. Or is that
That's so
is that the blowfish? Is that a different one? It's a different pufferfish, actually. I think that makes sandcastles. But anyways, clownfish are also known to make sounds as well. Pomacentridae are like my fish, and they make sounds. And so that's how my fish are related to pomacentrids, is that they have the unique ability to pop at you or make sounds towards other fish. And because the oceans are getting louder, we are worried that the popping and the sounds that fish make to each other to communicate with each other are being lost in all the boat traffic or anthropogenic noise. Anthropogenic noise is just meaning human noise.
Interesting.
Yes, there are fishes that make sandcastles for each other. It's very cute.
What is the so yeah, it's a specific like type of clownfish that makes the sandcastles, but there's also that one fish, I do not remember what it's called, but the ones that make those like big, very intricate like mandala.
It's the pufferfish. I'm gonna send it in chat. It's
Okay.
the Japanese pufferfish. There are some clownfish that they make something else. It's not a castle. It's not a sandcastle. I'm sorry, I misled you guys. Please, I was wrong on the internet for like 5 seconds.
I was wrong on the internet.
Yeah, but it is the Japanese pufferfish, and they build sandcastles. They're very cute. And they do it to attract ladies. And they build those mandala ones that you were talking about, like these little intricate structures.
If you send me a link to that, I'll pop it. I'll throw it up on the screen because it's cool as heck.
It's David Attenborough. Or
well, I'll just mute
BBC.
it.
Okay.
I won't. I won't play the sound. I'll just. Oh, I see. You put it in. You put it in chat.
Yeah, here. But I'll send it to you here. Yeah. BBC takes their copyright
very seriously. Yeah. No. I won't show very much of it. We'll just mute it and then.
Oh, here's the sandcastle building one. That's also from the BBC.
Muted. And then let me. Because it's really cool if you haven't seen it. Very, very fun and funky.
And then I also put the clownfish. They use teamwork, and they pop at each other to make a home for their eggs. I put that in Ellie's teaching quarter in the Discord.
So fun and funky again.
Have you heard of the bloop? It is not an animal. It's an iceberg that fell into the ocean.
An iceberg that fell into the ocean.
There was a sound that people have been freaking out for like years.
Oh, and it was just
it's just an iceberg falling in the ocean.
Okay. Here you go, guys. This is the little puffer fish that makes the mandalas. I think that's how it's pronounced specifically. I'm not gonna like it because I don't want. They use their tails and fins to move the sand around, but they do these like insane concentric. I want to find so you can see the behavior there. Here's a better picture of like it moving the sand around, and then they do like a zoom out from the top. That is just like, it's so cool.
It's very cool.
I don't know why my captions are in Spanish right now, but or why they're
Love
even
it.
on. Sometimes you just gotta. Here we
There
go. There it
it
is.
is. And they work on that for a long time.
Yeah. It said like days.
And then they bite each other to spawn. The male bites onto the female's like cheek, like hardcore.
Look at that. It's just so cool. Like, what? So there you go. You have been educated, chat.
You've been educated. And then here is also the clownfish that work together, and they pop and they talk to each other. And they move, they make a little home, and they clean up trash at the bottom of the ocean. They're cute and adorable. We were talking about clownfish. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, we were going over the fish of Finding Nemo.
Yes.
Which I feel like a lot of you guys are probably too young to understand the, like, insanity that happened when Finding Nemo came out. But
it was the Frozen. It was our Frozen.
Yeah, it was our Frozen. And it was terrible for the populations of both tang and clownfish because there was a huge people were buying them in droves because kids were like, I want a dory fish, I want a Nemo fish, and it was a huge issue because people were buying them and they're expensive fish with no understanding of how to maintain a saltwater tank or how to take care of these fish, and they were being literally like they were having issues with the actual like story of Finding Nemo where people were poaching them. They were taking them out of the ocean because they were in such high demand. It's wild.
So let's talk about the little octopus here.
Yeah, the Dumbo.
I don't know why they put it in this tank. This is not where they belong. They're a deep water species. And they would die here.
Because
it's too hot.
It's cute.
Yeah, it's cute, and so they put it here. It would die. They should put the pufferfish in here. I don't know why the pufferfish isn't in here. It should be in here. Anyways, so, this guy is very gelatinous, and he lives in a dark environment. That's why he looks the way he does, is because we were talking earlier, some of you guys don't know, but, light is light in color. When light travels to the water, it is lost depending on how deep it is. And so red colors, if you click on you can actually, if you click on the sign guy, you can it will zoom into the Dumbo octopus.
Oh shit.
On the little cards down there.
Yeah, it won't let me.
Oh, maybe because I'm looking at him.
Yeah, probably.
That's dumb. What the heck?
There we go.
Okay.
It works now.
Yeah. So the Dumbo octopus, right? It's called an umbrella octopus because it's Dumbo and it's Disney copyright, right?
Yeah. So true. Oh my god.
These guys, so what color is lost as you go deeper into the ocean? So this color, it's the color of red and like pinks, and those are the first colors lost in the ocean, like the first 20 meters of not the first 20, but first 10 to 20 meters. Red is lost. So, what better way to camouflage is to be a color that does not exist at that depth? Like a tiny little black hole. So, like, red doesn't exist down there. So, you become the blackest of black. You become so pitch black because the color that you are does not exist. And that's why a lot of deep sea creatures are either
red.
clear or red. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
Peta says, who needs an aquarium when you have this stream? Exactly.
Yeah, right.
We're giving you the full aquarium experience right now.
So what else we were talking about? I think, could you scroll to the next animal in there? If you press next. A tiger prawn! You eat these. They're yummy. Next.
They are delicious. The
What are we
anemone.
looking at? Oh, sea anemones. Sea anemones are they're found all over the place, and it's what clownfish live in.
We could talk about the little nudibranch right next to them, though.
If you click next, it will go to the nudibranch.
Yeah, the sea slug.
Yeah, okay. So these are called, it's called a sea slug, or it's called a nudibranch, and I'm gonna get out of the way. So a nudibranch is just the, classification name. And sea slugs are all different. They come in different colors and different shapes and sizes, and even in the cold water areas off your coast, you'll still find a really colorful nudibranch somewhere in there. And they're very cute and essential to the environment that we live in, because they clean up detritus, they eat algae that's growing too much. Ooh,
Baita Key cheered.
Oh my
X100.
God.
Where does a fish keep its money? A riverbank.
Beta was like, hold on, hold my, hold my bits. I need to get fish-related dad jokes. Nobody move, nobody move.
Somebody asked if anemones are related to coral. They're so related to coral. Because coral basically have little tiny anemones all over them. Which is very cool.
That is cool.
Yeah, they're both the Nidarians, which are sea jellies. So sea jellies and corals are highly related to each other.
I have a little nudie keychain that looks very similar to this one. I got all of the mod squad actually has little nudie keychains.
I got a little nudibranch. It's very cute.
Except for Flam. I think I need to get Flam a nudie keychain, but almost everybody does.
Okay, so if you come over to this one.
Okay. Hang on, I have to resettle everything. There we go. I moved things around and I lost stuff. Get my chat back up. Oh, we got mussels. All right, here we go. I'm looking at this little section.
Yeah.
We got the garden eels, the sea cucumber. What are we looking at?
The
Lobster.
sea cucumbers. Okay, so if you go back to sea cucumbers, actually,
I can't go back.
So
Hold
sea
on.
cucumbers are being used in are part of Chinese medicine, and they're being highly poached right now too.
Oh,
and
interesting.
Causing local extinctions because, like I said, no offense to your culture, like if you use Chinese medicine or different forms of holistic medicines, that's totally fine. It's more like when we overtake from the population to make these medicines. So a lot of times what happens is that when the new medicine or animal becomes part of the new holistic medicine, they'll just move on to it and it causes mass extinctions, like the sea cucumber, which is unfortunate. So if you're using sea cucumber in your products or anything, I'd advise maybe giving it a break for a bit because they're endangered in Galapagos. And sea cucumbers are really important for the environment because they clean up all the trash and poop that everything else produces. But yeah, that's why I wanted to say something about that. Okay, next one.
Hold on.
Dang it! I wanted to talk about the spiny lobster.
I'm just gonna move.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
No, I went one too far. It's fine.
No, we'll talk about the manta shrimp.
Okay.
The manta shrimp are pretty amazing. The manta shrimp, they come in two forms: spear or club. So spear or club, and yeah, don't call sea jelly jellyfish. They're sea jelly. Come on, they're not fish. They don't got no gills. Okay, so we were talking about
Flam says shrimp. I would fight that shrimp.
You would lose, Flam. You would actually lose. So there is.
They punch like guns.
Yeah, they actually cavitate. Like that thing in Subnautica, they cause cavitations and tiny little explosions in water because they're so fast that you can hear the little underwater explosions from miles away. And they have a spear form, which they stab you with, or they have a club form, which they break your bones with, or tanks. They break tanks. You can see on YouTube. Look up Manta shrimp breaking tanks, and you'll find so many videos.
People who try to keep mantis shrimp, half the time, they just break their tanks and die because
I don't know how they
simply cannot be contained.
On the boat one time, we kept it, and it was in our tank, and we're just like, oh my god, this is just like, I was like,
this
I
is
wouldn't
asking
go near
for
it.
trouble.
Yeah, I wouldn't go near it. I think it had the little spears, but still, like, that is asking for trouble. And then right above it, you'll see this spiny lobster. Oh.
Bork bork.
I heard bark bark, but I heard somebody talking. Which scares me. So I'm by myself. So, the spiny lobster is a lobster, and it's tasty, and it's doesn't have the claws like a Maine lobster would, but it's still a really good lobster.
They're not in danger;
hello,
they are the danger.
Hi, Peachy.
Oh, we got puppy
Peachy's
dog.
She's mad because she can't bark. She came over and whined. She's got like a bark collar that beeps at her, so when she barks, it goes beep, like you're not supposed to be barking. And what if somebody want to know about this? I know they were like saying in chat, rather demanding.
Someone wanted to know about lobsters?
Yeah, they wanted to know about the shrimp on the floor, and I wasn't sure if they were talking about the spiny lobster or the mantis shrimp.
I feel like they probably wanted to know about the mantis shrimp.
Okay.
I feel like everybody loves the mantis shrimp. They're so also they can see in color spectrums that we cannot.
Oh yeah, they see the most colors.
Yeah.
Like they see the most colors.
They see more colors than we could ever perceive with our eye. I think they
Which is
can
kind
see
of
like
amazing.
28 additional or something like that. It was some maybe it might be even like more than that. Like
I don't even know how many colors they can see. It's just I can't imagine.
Yeah.
There's like extra colors, you know?
Yeah.
All right, should we go over here?
Let's go. Well, I gotta back out of this.
Oh yeah, you do.
We gotta look at
the pencil urchin.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's just a big sea urchin with weird pencil shapes and it's tropical.
Just a big nasty guy. All right, what are we looking at?
What are we looking at? Oh, sea grapes. You can eat these. People actually do eat these quite a bit.
Nom nom.
Oh, welcome
Senifex, thanks for the follow.
Sea grapes actually are a lot like grapes, and they're edible, and you can eat this seaweed. Next one. A flatworm. Look at that little guy go.
There he goes.
They often sometimes get mistaken for nudibranchs because of how they look. But flatworms are flatworms. Sometimes they're parasitical, but not a danger to humans, mostly danger to fish.
People are curious if sea grapes are salty.
Yes. But in a good way. I heard I just had some last weekend at the Seaweed Festival.
Oh, that's fun.
They had like brine in there. So I had like a top of mussels and something. I should probably send you the recipe. I think you'd like it.
That does sound good.
And they're really good. Yeah. Nice little pop. Okay, next one. Pearl oysters. They're oysters that make pearls.
Amazing.
You can farm those suckers. Okay, giant clam. Giant clams are pretty cool. They can move and swim. They can actually move and swim. It's weird. They're so huge and they get so big. We have. I don't think I showed it to you guys when you guys came. Yeah, wow.
No, I don't. I don't think we looked at giant clams
because we had a giant clam that was like bigger, like as big as my chest or bigger than my chest.
Wild.
Yeah, and they live for hundreds of years. And if they start dying off, you know that something's polluted in the water. But they're also very helpful because they clean up pollutants, which is great. What are pearls made of? Sand and calcium.
Yep. The shit your fingernails and teeth are made of.
Yeah.
It's just, pearls are made as a defense mechanism for clams. So, like, a bit of sand gets inside of them, and then they cover it with calcium and mucus, and it builds up over time. And we have just added value to it arbitrarily.
It's like an allergic reaction.
Yeah.
They're calcium carbonate, though. So they're just like, so they calcify to get rid of that little tiny thing that's gotten inside of them.
Someday aliens will think our kidney stones are the coolest things, and they'll wear them as jewelry.
Possibly. If they become sparkly and shiny, right?
Yep,
right?
yep.
Okay, so next is lobster.
Yeah.
Which,
the
Sky
lobster.
likes.
I do be loving some crustaceans. I like to eat these babies, but they be getting overfished. See, I can eat the crabs without feeling guilty.
So, actually, I'll give you an update on that, Sky.
Oh, yeah. So we had this I sent this video for backstory. I sent this video to Ellie a few days ago because I also get a lot of like marine videos on my FYP on TikTok, and one of them is people hauling in lobsters, and they like to make videos, educational videos about how they tag lobsters and how they identify which ones are okay to keep and which ones they have to throw back. They always have to throw back females so that they can continue to breed, obviously. There's also like a certain size that they can, like, they have to be a certain like bigness, but if they're too big, you can't take those either. And then they use like a little notching tool on their tails to mark if they have been like thrown back, like if they're not available to be like used as food, basically. And so if other people catch them, they're already marked so they can just immediately throw them back. But there was a big thing apparently. The Monterey Bay Aquarium.
I have an update for you on that, actually.
Well, I was gonna finish filling them in about what.
Go ahead.
So the Monterey Bay Aquarium marked the main lobster as a threatened species, I believe, and so that was going to affect the lobster fishing people's ability to like make money, essentially.
Yeah, so they have
And
something called
yeah.
Seafood Watch. Seafood
Yeah.
Watch is a really good source to know what's being sustainably harvested and what's not, right? It's used in a lot of like really prominent. I want seafood as well.
Yeah.
It's used in a lot of prominent restaurants to make sure that they are taking things that aren't harming the ocean. And so this weekend I was doing a nonprofit event, which I'm not going to say because I am doxing myself pretty heavily with the stream, but I would not like to give it further because my face is on that.
Yeah.
There was a festival that I did that had some really prominent on the drive back from this place that we were doing the festival at. It had some people who actually do a lot of researching in Maine, Sky.
Oh.
So I decided to ask them because I wanted to make sure I was most up to date on my information.
Yeah.
Because things that I've been told are from a Californian perspective.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And most of the fisheries, most of the fisheries in the world are not well done. And I had been told the Maine lobster fishery was not sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently in the recent years they've been very good and been actually very sustainable due to they removed a bunch of sea urchins, allowing like in the early 90s, early 2000s, there was a huge sea urchin boom, and they took up like 2 million pounds.
Wow.
No, they're taking 2 million pounds of urchin in total, which decimated the fishery. But each person was getting 2,000 pounds a day.
Wow.
Like landing at 2,000 pounds a day, fishing them up. So that allowed the lobster population to flourish because there was no competition. So ever since then, they've had a bunch of lobsters. And so the people that aren't actually killing them aren't actually the Maine lobsters, but it is the Canadian lobster fishery that is doing it. And the thing is because the water is getting warmer,
they're moving up to Canada.
And so, also another reason why that they might have been put on the watch list because they're doing it for the future, and also because the whales did die due to Canadian.
Got it. So essentially, the Maine people have been like careful and have been actually thoughtful of it, but they're being like things have to be put in place because other people are not being careful, basically.
Yes. I thought Canada was really good with their environmental stuff, but the more I get to learn about them,
they have not been.
Yeah, they had a cod collapse fishery that they're just letting go, and they have this tuna fishery that's unsustainable to let people fish. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah,
because Canada's very good with their like wildlife terrestrial laws.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is that because you live on the land, the land gets much more protection than the ocean does because the ocean's big and they think, oh, it's bountiful.
Yes, we're visiting an aquarium tonight. We're answering everybody's burning marine biology questions currently.
Yeah. So, from what the scientists have told me, they said it is a shame that this happened. It was more likely that they were trying to prevent something, but they might have overstepped and done too much from what they have told me.
Interesting.
But they understand why it happened because there's less than 200 of them in the wild, the right whales, right? So I still believe it's more of like a Hail Mary to make people realize how much these whales have
been affected. Yeah.
And even the scientists told me that they're very in trouble. The whales are very, very, very in trouble.
Jack says they're going to look for an aquarium to visit now, despite being terrified of the ocean. It's worth it. I mean, it's okay to be scared of the ocean. I understand a lot of people are scared of the ocean, but I always recommend going to I fucking love aquariums, y'all. Yeah. Oh my god. That, like, one of my big things whenever I travel places is I want to go to the local aquarium.
Well, come back and we'll have to go to the local aquarium because we have such a good aquarium here.
Yeah, of course. So that was like when the first time we went to Monterey Bay, I was like, I want to go to the aquarium.
Oh, it's so good. Is there one more thing we have to look at on this?
Let's see.
Or is the lobster last?
Nope, the lobster's the last one.
All right.
So we're moving on to the big stuff and the deep sea stuff.
So these are sea angels, and they're a type of gastropod. So they're a type of snail.
The tasty man right there.
They're a type of there's the Yeah, so sea butterflies, they're deep water. They're a deep water animal. And they're cute. That's basically it. They don't do much, guys.
They're just vibing, okay?
Yeah, they just vibe.
Let them just go in circles. The Monterey Bay
Okay.
Aquarium is the literal best.
It is the best. Yep.
We
Okay.
love it.
Is that it? There's something else in there?
There's I probably have to go over to the other sign. Yeah.
Okay.
Scallop.
Scallops are yummy.
They,
And
oh,
they're a mollusk.
so true. Oh my god, I love scallops. And then you got the most delicious, the red king crab. Oh boy.
Yum.
Don't even get me started. I fucking love king crab.
She probably tell you more facts than I could.
What do fish take to stay healthy? Vitamin C.
Yummy.
Vitamin C. Oh my god, I can't believe. Last one for the night, I swear. Oh my god.
You're a liar. Keep them coming.
I know.
Is there another one? What's next? Is that like a... Some of these things do not go together.
Sea urchin.
Yeah.
We've kind of talked a
so-
lot about sea urchins at this
I don't want
point.
to talk anymore.
Whelk.
A whelk. Don't touch whelks.
Oh,
They
really?
Usually, yeah, so most whelks are poisonous, and they will kill you or hurt you.
Oh,
Yeah, so be
shit.
careful, you're picking up shells. Yeah, I would love more. Sweet shrimp. Shrimps are yummy. We like to eat them. I don't know what else
They're
to say
sweet.
about it.
I mean, we don't have to go over everything.
Oh, these are moon
We've got
jellies.
the moon jellies. Yes,
These are my favorite sea jelly.
The non-stinging sea jellies.
Yeah, well, they sting, actually.
Oh, do
but-
they? I thought the
yeah,
moon
they-
jellies were the ones that were safe to swim with.
No, that's that's upside down jellies.
Oh.
Those are the freshwater ones. They lost their stingers because they don't need them.
Aha.
They just photosynthesize.
I would also decimate some calamari. I'm gonna have to buy. I'm gonna have to order seafood tonight. I just
Yay!
whale.
Okay,
Whale shark. Not a shark. Or
not a shark. Well, no, whale sharks are actually
not a
shark.
whale. A shark.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute.
I swapped it in my brain.
Baita Key cheered. X100. Which country do fish like to go for
Oh,
a
heck yeah.
vacation? Finland.
It's good, but I'm mad about it, okay? Oh my god.
No, I love it. I love it. Okay, so whale sharks are the biggest fish in the world.
Yeah.
And they eat plankton as well. Wow, isn't it weird that all the big things are eating plankton and little tiny critters? What a wacky world we live in, right? It's the most numerous thing out there, so it's easy to eat and easy to have and easy to pick up, right? If you spend so much time chasing after big stuff or hunting stuff, you spend a lot of energy. But if you can just be big and float and suck things up, you're gonna live a long time.
I think I've
great
eaten
food.
a majority of the fish in this tank, except for sunfish, obviously. I was just looking at what's in here. I was
Yeah.
like, tuna, definitely eaten that. Swordfish,
great
I've
white.
eaten that. Mahi-mahi, no, I've never eaten any sharks.
Yeah. So that was an important distinction. 'cause,
Yeah,
like, I've
no,
eaten.
no. I've not eaten shark of any type. I was more
Oh.
looking at, like, the specific, like, fish types in here.
What's that fish again? It's the trevally, I think it's called.
Yeah, the silver one. Those are so...
Yeah,
I've
great
seen...
trevally.
Yeah.
They're so cool to watch school. They're like
Oh my
really
god.
silver-sided.
Yeah, if you ever see them, like, in an aquarium, I think we saw those in an aquarium in Bermuda, and it was just so
Yep.
gorgeous. Oh my gosh, it's so
I
cool.
swear to God, somebody's grilling fish outside, and I'm hungry. It's fine. It's fine. We're having a good time. We're having a good time. Okay, so great whites. We've talked a bunch about them. Let's talk about their counter shading. So a lot of these fishes that you see in this open ocean tank, that's what it's supposed to simulate,
Yeah.
are fish that don't actually associate with the bottom. And so they did put some rocks in here for you guys, but mostly you'd find these fish out in places where they don't even see the bottom of the ocean. They know nothing but space. It's kind of like they live in space. Their world is just water. Like, there is no up and down. I mean, there is a surface, but, like, they don't know the bottom of the ocean. They just live in the open ocean. And they cruise at high speeds. And because they live in a place that is an open ocean and is cruising at high speeds and has a lot of depth between them, they'll have different shading on them. So like with the ocean sunfish that's going by here, you can see that on top it's dark and on the bottom it's light. Now, why do you think that is? Why would you think they have two different colors?
Because when you look up from the bottom of the ocean, you see light colors, and when you look down from above the ocean, you see dark colors.
Yeah, exactly. Counterchaining. I had to ask somebody because I couldn't ask the chat. Me
Yeah.
too long to wait for that. So if you look down, right, so it's really cool because if you looked up from the surface, you just see white.
Mhm.
And that's why a lot of their underbellies are white. Now the mahi-mahi,
Mahi's
what
just
it's
doing what
doing.
it wants to do, you know?
I think it's because it lives in a very tropical environment that it's looking for like a more greener, yellower.
Coloration.
It's still some sort of counter shading, but it also moves pretty fast through the ocean.
Yeah.
So, counter shading works in different ways. But yes, counter shading, exactly, the beloved counter shading. Dolphins have it, whales have it. Most the most stark difference in counter shading would be killer whales. Killer whales have a fine line between counter shading.
They do.
Blue whales also have it, along with some gray whales. It's really, really important to have and very helpful. Let's talk about stuff. Guy, do you want to talk about any of the good things that you've eaten in here?
They're all delicious. So like,
except the sharks.
Well, yeah, except the sharks. I cannot. We don't eat sharks. I don't want mercury poisoning. Also, I don't know if you can eat sunfish.
I don't think you can.
I don't think you can either.
They're also contaminants containers. Like they
don't they have lots of parasites usually?
Yes. So you'll see them laying at the top of on the surface, and like little birds will land on them and then take out their parasites. Another form of cleaning.
Yeah. But lots of these. I also don't know if great trevally are edible. I've never seen that served anywhere. But
I bet they are. I bet it's called something different. Great.
I mean, tuna is the most classic sushi fish. So, and tuna steaks are pretty, like, common food. And then mahi-mahi is also a pretty common white fish. Usually featured in, like, tropical cooking. You usually get it with a lot of, like, it's usually put together with like fruit salads, and it's usually paired with like more acidic like glazes and stuff like that. And then it's actually pretty similar with swordfish. Swordfish is a pretty versatile, like, neutral fish. Pretty expensive. Not like not like tuna. Well, tuna can be expensive too, depending on the type of tuna. But tuna and mahi-mahi are much less unusual. Swordfish is definitely a fish that you basically can only get if you're living near the ocean. We actually were able to get it in Kentucky once. But we had to go to, like, a very specific, like, fish market.
I think it gets old pretty fast.
It does. We did a lot of research about how to tell what a good swordfish was, like, from
mackerel.
look. Yeah. Before we got it. But it's also, like, when we cooked it with like, a pineapple. Yeah, it was really good though. It's also a pretty neutral white fish. Like I said, it's just more expensive because it's pretty much a fish that you only get close to the ocean. So when it gets imported, it's even more expensive. But all good fish. All fish that I would say are good for, maybe not tuna, but like white fishes in general. If you're interested in like trying your first fish, or like I want to try seafood, white fishes are usually a really safe bet. Flavor wise, because most of them are not very fishy tasting, and they're kind of like tofu in that they'll taste like whatever you pair them with.
So I do have a consensus on the Great Trevally. It is the tastiest of the trevallies.
Oh, really?
But there is a trevally that you cannot eat because you will die from it. Bluefin trevally. Eating large bluefin trevally regularly causes Cergatera poisoning, an illness caused by eating a fish that contains toxins produced by marine microalgae called Gaberian toxis. Anyways,
so eat trevally at your own risk.
Yeah, they're good and bad. So just be careful when you eat fish. Right?
Yeah. Be thoughtful when you're eating fish. Don't eat fish from places that, aren't reputable, like, especially, like, unique seafood places, because, like, there's also people that, like, eat lionfish, right? Because, like, prepared
Yeah,
correctly, it's a delicacy, but prepared incorrectly, it's death. So...
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you can die from lionfish poisoning.
I think it's pretty severe.
I think it hurts a lot.
Or maybe it was... Is it a type of pufferfish that's
It's
the
a
super
pufferfish.
deadly one? Yeah, that's
a
it.
super deadly one. But lionfish are pretty easy to prepare. They actually are thriving right now for the fish market. So that's pretty good. But I will talk about is mercury poisoning. So people are like, what about mercury? So, fish live in an
there
environment.
You go. That's the really
Fish live in an
dangerous one.
environment that they sit in water, and water is their skins are porous, and so you'll uptake things that are in the water that are poisonous. So any toxins they're swimming in will be absorbed by the fish. And mercury is something that's very easy to be absorbed by fish, which is why it's not good to eat sharks or things that are too big. That's why they tell pregnant women to not eat fish because like a sandstone. So,
mercury real dangerous.
Yeah, so the more you sit in more you are like alive in an environment just like us, we uptake toxins the longer we're alive.
Mm-hmm.
There's been some studies shown like they'll do like baby versus adult and how much toxins are in an adult, like human. It's very interesting. But yeah. Is there anything else in here?
I think that's pretty... You've got like
the deep sea stuff. Deep sea stuff over here.
Yeah, we gotta get to the deep sea stuff. We're also coming up on 3 hours, so I don't want to keep you too long. So I figure...
cleared my schedule, so whatever you need, Sky. It's your 10K special.
We'll cover the deep sea fish, and then we'll go back to the just chatting screen, I think, and go over, like, make sure we answer any questions that we missed from the Discord or any last-minute burning questions that have come up from everything that we've talked about in the aquarium.
Yeah. We were supposed to do fishing today, but that's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah. We'll do another day.
Soup Individual, thank you very much for the follow. I agree.
Because I think it was really good to like do the tour of the aquarium.
Yeah.
I didn't want to fish with you though. It's unfortunate, but fun times. Okay. If you want to use the little signs again, we got signs on the wall. We got signs right in front of you over there. Yeah. So this is the vampire squid.
I believe someone specifically asked about this one too. The vampire squid.
The vampire squid. It's called a vampire squid because, well, one, it's living deep dark, it's got glowy eyes, and it's creepy. When it curls up over itself in a defense mechanism, where basically its tentacles come up over its little webbing, it doesn't really have any suckers. It just has little spikes. So it looks like little fangs.
Yeah.
And it's all red. So that's why it's called the vampire squid.
Yeah.
And it's just
another example of a deep sea fish being red, because when they're in the deep sea, it looks black.
So let's go next one. Giant isopod.
Just a little guy.
Yeah, I don't get the love of the isopods. They're like big
Japan is obsessed.
Yeah, they're big roly-polies. That's what they are.
Yep.
Yeah. They're an arthropod.
Low ban. I love them. See, there they are. Everybody loves them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it on this one, apparently.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, the barrel eye,
eye.
the little guy.
The barrel eye is a super interesting fish because
God.
Its head is clear, and it sees through its head, and it hunts upward, so it hunts underneath. So it like has its eyes looking up, so it can come up from underneath and get you. Not you, but like food.
But food, yes.
Yeah, but food.
And then of course. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, no, the oarfish. Oh my god, the oarfish.
Yeah.
Oarfish are so cool. They orientate themselves vertically in the water column because of how silver-sided they are. They blend in perfectly with the ocean. I'm talking like you just can't see them, like at all. Like you just cannot see them because they blend in so perfectly, and also they have that red coloration, so it vanishes. Like so they don't have that coloration. But they also will eat things that come by. And you'll see like sometimes schools of them just all vertically orientating in the water column, and they get huge.
It's like a much larger version of the spotted garden eel, but they don't hide from shit.
No, they don't hide. They big.
They're like, come at me, bro.
Yeah, they are like the original sea serpents.
Yeah.
Because when they wash
yeah.
up, they're huge.
Yeah.
Yep. You can
A
see
lot
them
of
if you look 'em
people
up.
theorize that they are like definitely for ancient or for like the old maps when they would show the long sea creatures that these were the things that were referenced for those, which is so fun and funky. Of course, we've got another favorite of yours, the football fish.
I don't know why they picked. Like, okay, look.
Why not call it an anglerfish? You know that's what everybody knows.
I honestly don't understand. Maybe due to its size. So they were going for a giant one. So a lot of anglerfishes are very tiny or very small.
Yeah.
The football fish is larger. But honestly, I would have still called it an anglerfish.
Because
nobody
that's what
calls it a
people
football
know.
fish. Yes. I think it's terrible. I don't like it. Football fish are also nasty looking. I mean, anglerfish are also nasty looking. But, like, I don't get it. Like, I think it's just because of the size. Football fish. No, I don't know. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. They're ugly, and they don't even look like this. They made them look like an anglerfish. That's what gets me mad, too, because I'm looking them up on Google right now. They don't look like this. They made them look like an anglerfish, but called it a football fish, because I think it's the size. I'm done. Okay, anglerfish entice things because of how, with their little angler, and the light attracts things because everything bioluminescence, everything lights up at night in the dark. And so light also blinds because they live in such a low light environment. Light not only blinds, they'll use light as defense mechanism to blind their attacker, but because of that flash that goes off, it also attracts predators because like, oh, something's being attacked. So they will use little anglers to attract other predators and then eat them. That is what the little light is for. Okay, coelacanths. Coelacanths have a really cool story. I love coelacanths.
The coolest fish.
They were actually thought to be extinct for a really long time until somebody was like diving in South Africa and they're like, whoa.
I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be extinct.
Yeah, and they haven't changed for millions of years, and they're ancient fish ancestor, and they're a low-lived fish, and they're probably one of our ancestors. They're so cool. Look at them. They're deep water. They live in deep water, but they live anywhere they can live.
Yeah.
To be honest, they're very slow moving, and I think they just do better in colder water environments.
Yeah.
But they're very, very cool fishes. I love them.
Love that they have like 6 leg fins. It's just so cool.
Yeah. So let me talk about lobe-limbed fishes real quick. Lobe-limbed fishes are what we actually originate from. So it's the independent movements of lobes allow other things to become like a tetrapod. They allow them just to be able to move and walk onto land. So these little things that you're seeing right now are what has allowed us to move onto land and other things move onto land. It's just to be able to independently move your own limbs. Which is very cool.
Yeah. It's freaking neat.
I just love that they were thought to be dead. And it was in 1938 that they were like, whoa, what the heck?
We've refound this thing. This dinosaur fish. Is the coelacanth actually the oldest marine species alive?
Oh, no. There is a lot more other ones. The lamprey, the hagfish, very ancient fishes.
Interesting.
Well, maybe... It is one of the oldest. I do not think it's the oldest. I think some sharks may be... Like the Greenland?
We covered this earlier because someone just said it's jellyfish, isn't it? Jellyfish is an inaccurate term. What we know as jellyfish should be referred to as sea jellies because jellyfish are not fish.
They don't got no scales. They don't got no tails. They don't got no gills. How can they be fish?
So, when you are referring to jellyfish, you should actually call them sea jellies.
Yeah, thank you, Sky.
You're welcome. I learned that very recently from Ellie as well, and I think it is a really interesting and fun fact.
That's why sea stars are not starfish.
Yeah.
That's because they don't look no fish.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Sea stars are not fish. So starfish is an inaccurate name.
So
sea jellies sound like a great name for a gummy brand. I agree.
Very true. So we go on to the next one.
Yeah.
The coelacanths are so cool, but is there another one? Okay. No, next signs then.
We've got, I think we've just got, snow
Ammonite.
crab.
Oh,
Also
yeah,
delicious.
Yeah, that's more of a sky tea. Like, this is a sky tea area.
So good, so tasty. Way too big for comfort, honestly. I don't like being confronted with these when I'm in an aquarium / when I am in a zoo, because I look at them and I'm like, man, you're tasty, but like I don't want to I don't want to make eye contact with you because you're huge and I don't like it.
You're a spider. You could crawl over me. Okay.
The chambered nautilus
is one of the oldest things still living today that was found in like the Precambrian time. It is such a cool old living fossil. It has been virtually unchanged, and they're a cephalopod, and they're just the same. They live in a chamber full of air, and they scoot around, just swimming around like little tentacles. And they got some math in them too. If Rosie was here, she'd talk about their shell and how it's like some Fibonacci sequence or something like that.
Oh yeah, it's the perfect spiral.
Yes.
Yeah, it's used in art as well.
Mm-hmm.
To create you use the spiral to create a perfect composition. There we go.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, they use jets to move around.
Also, yes, both coelacanth and chambered nautilus are represented in Pokemon.
Exactly. Very true. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are just really cool. They are mollusks. They're cephalopods, and they're just little octopus guys. But they're not really octopus. They're their own thing, but they're related to them.
Also, if you haven't seen the animated nature documentary on Apple TV, the prehistoric one, so good. They have a really cool section about these guys and how they believe that in order to mate, like they had bioluminescence, and in order to mate they would match like the rhythm of their bioluminescent like movements, and if the males successfully matched the rhythm, then it would be a match, which I thought was really cool.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
So I think that's it.
I think we pretty much covered everything in the museum. Let's go back to the just chatting screen. Get some music going again. Thank you for having me. You know, I guess I better leave the island.
Yeah.
I'll just quietly leave, I guess.
You're gonna quietly leave. Goodbye.
I'm gonna quietly leave your island. Thank you for letting me look at your filled museum.
Oh, we should have sat in my glowy moon spot. That would have been the best, actually.
Baita Key cheered. X100. What's the head of the underwater mafia called? The Codfather.
I thought you were going to D&D, Beta!
I love it, thank you. The Codfather.
I'm being harassed.
In a good way. This is good.
Yeah, of course.
I can't believe we yammered so much. You know,
I know.
Chat, we had games set up to play.
Yeah, we were like, yeah, we could play. Ellie recommended me like an aquarium game and stuff. We like barely got through the dang Animal Crossing museum within 3 hours. Oh my goodness.
So many questions.
Yeah, you got all the burning questions. I'm waiting for players. I see. The players are late. Alright, once this loads me back in, then we will swap over. Future marine streams when? I mean, we could definitely make other future goals, like more Ask a Marine Biologist things. We did this once before, but it was like a long time ago before most of you guys were here, so. Alright, let's
we could do a game.
Yeah.
And we could fish this time.
Yeah, we'll actually go fishing. I mean, I feel like the zebra turkey fish is like your main gripe. Right.
Yeah, and the Dumbo octopus being there and the pufferfish, it don't make sense. Them
being in wrong places. Yeah, I don't know why. It's interesting that because they have a whole section for like the deep sea fish, why they don't put the Dumbo octopus in its correct space.
I don't know. I don't know. Because that was also called the umbrella octopus. Let me see what they...
Yeah, it was called the umbrella octopus. We're back underwater, chat. I feel like, yeah, I grabbed the, Space Cruise from, FTL, because I was like, it kind of has that whimsical underwater vibe.
I don't know why they're... No, they're only deep sea. Why would they put that there? What the heck?
Baita Key cheered. X100.
Oh my
What did
God.
the fish get on his math test? A C+.
He's done so poorly. He
really
clearly
has.
fish are not math people, you know?
I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think they are.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Oh my gosh.
So let's look through some questions, I
Yeah,
guess.
anybody have any last burning questions for Ellie to answer? You guys got any last bits that you need to know? I feel like now we need art of a giant plush Sky holding tiny Ellie in one paw, you know, fair.
As long as she doesn't consume me.
Nah.
Right.
See, unlike a whale, if I consume you, you'll be safe. It's just stuffing in there, you know?
Okay. Do some marine animals catch colds like humans? Yes. All marine animals actually can catch colds.
Interesting.
What did the
yeah.
cephalopod bring to the bake sale? Octopi.
Oh, octopi. Oh my god.
Do any creatures live in the brine pools of the deep? Yes. There are some crabs and stuff that live in there, but it's a hard place to live because it's so salty. It like gums you up. The amount of salt in there will just like keep you. It will like it's too much. It's too salty. It hurts.
Honk.
Ooh, honk. Sweet Lamb wanted to know about the jellyfish life cycle, which I would love to talk about some other day. It is,
it's a lot.
it's a lot. So basically, when you don't look like your parents, you look like your grandparents, and it all has to do based off a haploid and diploid, which is another thing that I don't think we're too late into the stream to do that to explain it properly.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to do it later.
Starstruck Evie asked what your favorite marine mammal is. We talked about this earlier. Yeah.
Orca. Sorry.
Ellie's a big orca/killer whale fan.
So good. Let's see. What's the most common marine fact? Marine life fact folks get wrong and grinds your gears.
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, the sea jelly thing, people thinking that everything in the ocean is going to kill you and they're afraid of it.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the gears that, like, people just think from scary movies that ocean's going to get you. And guess what? People have been in the ocean for a long time and ocean hasn't got them. So, I think people being afraid of it, so it's been akin that if you're afraid of the ocean, you're afraid of the dark, usually. It's like the same thing. Deep, dark, unknown. Cannot control what you're doing. So somebody who has maybe, doesn't like to be out of control a lot would be more afraid of the ocean because it would make you feel like you're not in control and you can't see what's happening. Just like if you're in the dark, you can't see what's happening going on.
I've had cow time redeemed. Hold on. I have to manually redeem it because when we had that weird issue with Twitch, VQBot lost some of its connection. So
okay.
Let me manually redeem cow time. I guess I am a sea cow now.
I don't really understand the inability to move part and being smothered because water doesn't. I mean, you can move through water. Oh my god, giant cow!
It's giant cow time. I gotta fit myself to the screen. Oh,
What
I've
is
done.
that word
There
you're
you go.
talking about?
Which word?
Urkaji. It's a sea jelly. Oh, it's the box jelly. It's a rare jelly, man. It's only in Australia. You'll be fine. Unless you're in Australia. Then they know where you are. And it's not invisible. You can see them. People put out alerts for them all the time. If you're having a hard time swimming, that will help you get over the ocean. take some swim classes. And you don't have to like take like heavy swim classes, but like sometimes just getting introduced to water swim classes. And there's plenty of adult and teenager classes that are like that. Penguins are included in marine biology. They are a marine animal.
So true.
Yeah. What's the weirdest thing you've seen an octopus do? Walk on astroturf, because they're not supposed to be able to do that, and they do.
Oh my god. He really
Yeah.
just said, I'm about to head out.
Yeah, he was like, yeah. Octopus can smell. They smell for life. So the octopus I've touched in the Monterey Bay Aquarium knows me for life. If I put my arm back in there, he'd be like, yes, I recall you.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. About a ghost octopus. Ghost octopuses. I don't know anything about ghost octopus. They have so many colloquial names. Let me see what that is.
Watch it
Oh.
like...
It's like a white octopus.
Oh.
They're
Well,
just an octopus, man. They're just deep.
just a white octopus.
Oh, pistol shrimp. No, I do not have a pistol shrimp in my aquarium. I would not want one. Yes, I've seen a monkfish. They're weird.
Oh yeah.
They're very strange.
There's a whole section of, one of my favorite guilty pleasure animes, Food Wars, about how to break down a monkfish in the traditional ways to eat it.
Somebody is asking what a hagfish is. A hagfish is
Little nasty
an eel.
boy.
Yeah, it's a little nasty eel boy. It's not actually an eel, but it looks like an eel. It's a jawless fish that lives in deep water. And it produces, when it gets stressed out, it produces this mucus. So when it gets bitten or sucked up, it produces a mucus that essentially smothers the fish that's eating it.
Wild.
So you just have mucus pouring out everywhere, right? And you just drowned in mucus. That's its defense mechanism. And the mucus is used for a lot of different things. And produced in a lot of different products. I'm just thinking use it for some makeup and stuff like that. That's the hagfish. Yeah. Why are leopard seals more carnivorous than other seals? Because they have less available food, and there's a lot of cute little penguins around that need to be eaten.
All penguin movies feature leopard seals being the
Yeah.
bad guys. Every single one. There's always a leopard seal that's like, I'm gonna eat ya.
Do you have a
Because
personal
they're
aquarium?
evil.
Yeah. I have a freshwater aquarium that we call the death tank. We put the fish in, we clean the water. Other than that, if they survive, they survive.
Oh my god.
It's a low maintenance tank. We don't have time to take care of it, but we keep the tank clean. I'd love to have a saltwater tank. Saltwater tanks are much more of a hobby.
Work.
Yeah, and a lot of work. Yeah.
They take a lot of tending and making sure that pH balances are correct. Salinity, you have to make sure it's not too salty or not enough salty.
I do not have a wolf eel. They get a bad rap for just being an eel. They just look ugly. Wolf eels are pretty cool guys.
I think someone asked about eel breeding and how like it's never been recorded.
Yeah, because they live in rocks and they have sharp, pointy teeth, so it's kind of hard to pull. Fish are very different in aquariums and in captivity than they are in real life, right? So, it's really hard to get a really stressed animal that's used to living in rocks and crevices to do what you want it to do. And it is weird that they've never seen them reproduce. And I don't know why that is. I think it's because, honestly, they go somewhere else that we don't know they go to, or they go in a rock, like really deep crevices, and it's really hard to get a not slimy, but a slippery fish that has very, very, like, finger-removing teeth out of a little spot. Yeah. They
do be having finger-removing teeth. Also,
Yes.
Furry Fox, welcome in. Welcome to the Little Clouds. Oh my god.
Yeah, I am not disciplined enough for a saltwater tank. It'd be so wonderful to have.
Yeah, mine and Pen and Whisper's father used to keep a saltwater tank when they lived in Bermuda. Like, everything was just like fish that he encountered in the reef that that was like right by their house, basically. But it's super easy to maintain a tank when you have the ocean right there.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
the natural
Actually,
environment. I don't know, you know, in a video game, I'll say, because I don't know how legal that actually is, but it was also, like, the 80s, so...
yeah, no, probably in the 80s it's allowed. Now that it's not allowed because
Yeah.
people do things to their tanks, and when they put it back in the water, they, like, it, like, can mess
Changes.
with...
Yeah.
Yeah. Rant about the Blackfish documentary. I hate it.
That is
It's
true.
awful.
We did say we were gonna come back to the Blackfish documentary when we mentioned it earlier.
Okay. So the Blackfish documentary can't even like do basic whale biology, right? The fact that they were like their fins roll over because they're sad. They're not freaking Pinocchio. Like it's called
Their
diet, and
fins
also
fall over because they're sad.
it's also because it's also genetic.
Yeah.
Some whales in the wild, that's what it's genetically like. It also depends on what type of nutrients they're eating. It's a horrible, horrible documentary. SeaWorld should be in trouble for using that in their breeding population, right?
Yeah.
They did bad things by taking these killer whales into their thing a while ago and separating from the pack.
Yeah.
But SeaWorld is really instrumental into keeping a lot of animals alive in the world. They do a lot of charity. They do a lot of animal hospital stuff. They provide a lot of research, and they're getting a bad rap.
Absolutely.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that these killer whales. So there's a whole thing between the dynamics of having a zoo. Is it ethically to have animals in a zoo? Technically, no. They should be in the wild. But also, humans are horrible, and they don't care about animals, right? So the only way to have people care about animals is to have them see them and touch them.
Yeah.
So if there's a few animals in the world that are not living, like I don't want to say this like
wild.
If they're not living out in the wild, but they're helping save their species. That is so much better for them.
Education is a very important part of conservation, and unfortunately, people don't form empathetic bonds with animals unless they encounter them in their everyday lives. So it is necessary to have zoos and other places like that where people can form emotional bonds with animals. That's what inspires people to get into conservation, you know?
Yeah, and like the thing is that if you're going to, like, people don't care. Well, first I'll say a picture is not the same as that, like, you know, God, I touched a boa constrictor. Oh my God, my life has changed.
Yeah.
Right? It's not the same. Little Ellie saw Free Willy. Little Ellie went to SeaWorld and saw killer whale and said, oh my God.
I love it, and I care deeply about it.
I want to swim with them. I wanted to be the trainer for killer whales, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to do that. I wanted to swim with it. Thank God, you know? So, like that's what made me really passionate about it and having these things, right? Now, of course, in being in a container like that is not fair. They should have the best life ever.
Yeah.
Right? If they are, and so that's why some shows, like, they're like, oh, they're doing shows for them. I think teaching them how to jump out of the water is not bad if you're just, like, you're not swimming with them.
Yeah.
Like, you're not carrying you around. Because that's good stimulation and enrichment. They like puzzles. Especially killer whales. They're very smart. Give them puzzles and things to do. Don't let them just swim in a tank. So it's good for them to have enrichment and to be trained to do things like beach themselves on land. It's like something they really do a lot. So,
I think someone asked earlier about that behavior, so maybe we can come back around to touch on that.
Yeah. So, it's a learned behavior, by the way. They figured that out by themselves. That's not innate. It happened all of a sudden. Science was there to be like, what? They just do that now? They just beach themselves.
They just do that now?
They wait for a great wave in like a boogie boarder. They just ride it in on shore. And then they just roll back into the ocean. Like, it's amazing. It's so cool. Look it up on YouTube. It's a learned behavior that they learned off a rocky coast. And I guess one of them was chasing them too far enough, and then they figured out that being on land wasn't so bad as long as they roll back into the water. It is a taught behavior, though. They teach it. Some pods don't do it, and some pods do it. So it's like past knowledge, which is another really cool thing. Whoop.
Baita Key cheered. X100. Why aren't there ever any job openings at the fish company? They've been scaling back.
That's great. Oh,
Okay, that one was really clever. Oh my god.
yeah. So another thing I'll say about trainers, every time a trainer gets into a wild animal space, they know they can die.
Yeah.
They have understood that by being with a wild animal, not to say that it's not scary, not to say that it's, unfair. They've come to terms with that, most of them have. That
Yeah.
if by invading this animal's space, you could lose your life. That's any zookeeper understands that. It's a trade-off of being able to work with animals like this.
Mm-hmm.
So, I still feel sadness and grief for people who lost, but they knew what they were doing. Right? They knew, especially with an animal like this that is aggressive, they understand the risks that are involved. And not to say that SeaWorld isn't still part of the problem, but every time somebody chooses to be in a space with a wild animal, they understand, especially the professional environment like that, they've been told and they understand the risks of it. I think that's an important thing to point out.
Yeah, definitely. That's the way it is working with any large animal in general, is that you can be trained on recognizing behaviors and things like that, but the reality is that they just have instincts to protect themselves, and so sometimes reactions are going to happen that are unexpected.
Yeah, and the people who don't die is because the animal has let them live, and it just shows how much animals, we don't need to fear animals most of the time.
I think it's really interesting too, because most of the time when people interview keepers that have been attacked, they're always like, "I don't blame the animal."
I'm going back in.
Yeah,
I'm going.
They're
back
always
in.
like, "It was my fault. I triggered them, and I was not being careful enough." And I think that's really telling. They never want anything to happen to their animals. They always take responsibility, because the reality is that you're not a natural part of that animal's existence. And so you have to be careful with how you interact with them, because they're gonna react. But it's interesting.
Yeah. So Blackfish is bad because Blackfish really hurt the funding of SeaWorld. It did put them on the map, but SeaWorld was always
been on
questioned.
the map. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always been questioned about how they treat their animals. And the thing is I wish it would have came out earlier when they were doing bad things, because SeaWorld does really good things. They're really responsible for keeping a lot of turtles alive, like sea turtles. So it was unfair. I mean, it is fair because they did something stupid, right? Yeah. They did deserve
it's
that.
Holding them accountable, but to an extent that is it goes from being accountable to just being a pure hit piece, basically.
And then also people were like, well, they keep whales captive and blah blah blah, which is true. But also, where are they gonna go? They can't release any whales in the wild.
Yeah,
right?
once they've been taken out of the wild, it's not realistic to put them back, basically.
Yep.
Because they get too used to people and being fed.
Yep. So, but yeah, that's my rant on Blackfish. It's a terrible documentary that's very one-sided, and should have been just a CNN special, as in look at the practices. It was bad journalism.
Was Sky a marine biologist in a previous life like Ellie is? Nope. I've never been a marine biologist. I am a person who has a fascination. I grew up an animal kid. So I was always one of those kids that just learned as much as I could about animals, and I've always been interested in conservation. So I have a broad knowledge of a lot of things just because that's stuff that interests me, but I don't have the scientific knowledge that Ellie does. Just I go out of my way to educate myself when it comes to conservation, because I think it's important, and having a general knowledge helps you to make informed have informed discussions. It's just how I am. Both of my little sisters were also super into marine biology for a lot of our childhood, so I absorbed a lot through them as well.
Yeah, also, you're furry, so furries are super supportive of conservation efforts. Like, they are responsible for a lot of funding that goes into conservation.
Pretty much
Whoa.
every convention fundraises for some kind of animal conservation. Hello, Barlow! I hope you had a wonderful stream. You're here just in time for the wrap-up questions. You got any burning marine biology questions?
Yeah. Let me shut up. Yeah. Barlow. PNG. Yeah. Wahoo!
Barlow, how dare you ask why fish? Ban
Why?
Barlow.
I really feel the need to.
Logus, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the Little Clouds.
There's some great,
Werefish, ocean. Werefish, water.
Water. Yeah, actually, water, all aquatic environments.
Yeah. Fish, water. Got any more? Who fish? What is it? Where, what, when, why, how? Trace, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the Little Clouds.
You need a rant about Moray eels?
Oh yeah, Tired was asking for Moray eel stuff.
Well, there's a lot about Moray eels, right? They're nasty and mean. They're not cute and cuddly. They scare me a bit because I'm not really truly scared, but I'm always very aware of crevices where I put my hands, especially when I'm diving, because I have seen them take people's fingers off or like detach most of their fingers.
They do be chomping.
They're very cool. They're one of those fish where if they open their mouths, that means you should just back away. They like to eat octopus, so they'll go and eat octopus and stuff like that.
Gamer Kingdom 9 cheered. X100. As a sea cow, what type of seagrass is your fave?
Oh my god. I like all seagrass, okay? It's all good. But I'm not happy about it.
Maybe a difficult question, but something I've always wondered but never looked up. What are you looking up? What are you talking about? It's like half the question. Anything else, guys? A cuttlefish? There's cuttle, like the squid, or I don't know what. Are you talking from Symbiotica? There's no cuttle with a D. Oh, there's a. Oh, what is that? That looks like a wrong fish. Yeah, that's just spelled wrong.
Seriously, though, are moose considered aquatic animals because they can dive pretty far for plant life? And aren't orcas the only predator for them? We did go over that, yes.
That's a weird question everybody's like pretty much obsessed with.
It was a big thing. There was like a viral comic made of it, so it was like information that spread very quickly.
Oh man, because that thing has been that thing has been pretty, 2010, everybody in Tumblr freaked out about it. But that's just Tumblr, though. Tumblr's already freaked out about, the Bone Witch and everything, right? And TikTok's just catching up, right? TikTok's just catching up. I don't know if moose are technically aquatic.
They
can... Bears swim, but they're not aquatic.
Yeah. I definitely would not be considered an aquatic. There are lots of animals that can dive deep that aren't considered aquatic animals.
Yeah, we're not aquatic. What's your least favorite misconception about being a marine biologist? That it's easy. The amount of times that I've heard people go, oh yeah, I was going to be a marine biologist. I'm like, what are you now? Film major. They think it's just people have a passion for the ocean, which I love.
Chat. The followers who lived. Come to die. Avada Kedavra.
God, Douglas, you just can't stand to have the spotlight off of you, can you?
So, people really think in, being a marine biologist is very easy. And I think it's very cool, and that's why they want to be it. But they don't really have any passion for the ocean. And that's what gets me mad, because I'll talk to these people.
Dragon.
Oh, you are back to Dragon. And I'll be like, hey, oh, you want to be? And they won't want to talk about any things that I want to talk about, which is unfortunate. So it's I think that's the hardest part is when people are like, oh yeah, I was going to be a marine biologist, but it really wasn't. It was like, oh, I had an interest in the ocean, and I mean interest, I mean dolphins. That's the hardest part is when you think you found people who love the ocean as much as you do, Like, Sky is probably the only person who knows so much about the ocean and doesn't know, and it's not very scientific about it, but knows a lot, right? It's very
because I
hard.
love aquariums.
Yeah. Do we really not? Yes, we really don't know how eels reproduce. I've asked the person who studies the eels. Whale sharks, they're amazing. They're cool. Don't touch them. Because we've already gone over the whale sharks, so that's why I'm like, yeah. I mean, I'd love to talk about it again, but we're here for too long. I don't think the cuttlefish exists, by the way. I looked it up.
It might be like a nickname or something, not a real name.
Yeah. Flam, I can't just give you fun facts because there's too many fun facts. It's so hard for me. It's like asking Sky to like draw a tree. It's just like, well, what tree do I draw?
What kind of tree do you want me to draw?
What color leaves?
You want a
like
pine tree?
Yeah, an oak tree, sycamore tree. I love the ocean. I know a lot from my cousin, a marine biologist. I wish I could learn more, though. Yeah, anybody who wants to learn more, you can learn more. It's fine. It's just more the people who, like, I encounter in my life who were, like, who diminish the fact marine biology is hard to do. They think it's really cool to do, and anybody can do it, but they don't take it seriously, and they kind of laugh at my profession sometimes. It's hard. There are students that do that who don't take it seriously, and they don't think they just don't think it's a serious thing, a serious field that's really important. And that's the part that makes me sad. Thoughts on urchins. They're cool when there are not too many of them due to overfishing. But what's my favorite fun fact? It took me like 10 minutes to explain.
Oh my god. My favorite fun fact is something incredibly scientific.
That I want to talk. That I talk about with other scientists all the time. Like, it's too. Yeah. Sea otters are water resistant due to the fur that the little air pockets they hide in their fur. That's a cool fun fact.
That is a fun
fact.
Also,
they're rapists, which is not a fun fact.
Okay, maybe not fact. Live.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
So one question: for any plants that can be found underwater, does those plants have to process? Oh, what an interesting question! Look at that.
That is an interesting question.
So there's actually underwater plants that have vascular roots that are different from seaweeds and algae. But I've also heard that seaweeds and algae are just plants now too. So I've been lied by phycologists all my whole life. So these seaweeds actually do all the same thing that all these plants, these underwater plants, do all the same thing that plants do on land, except they just take in water and they give off oxygen underwater with little bubbles. And they do all the same sort of CO2 processes. But photosynthesis processes. But what you will find is that they only hang out in certain areas that you can get light. So once light starts to be lost, about 10, 20 meters, you start to lose different different sea plants. And once there is like no light, you're not gonna have any plants at all. But you can see it's like a tree line in terrestrial world. So you can see So you can see based on depth, you can see what type of plants are there. You can know how deep you are, right? And photosynthesis is super important for the ocean, just like it is for terrestrial life, because plankton are made up of a lot of photosynthetic creatures as well. There's phytoplankton. Phyto means plant, like phycology, phytoplankton, and there's zooplankton. Zooplankton are tiny little animals that are planktons.
Thanks for the follow, Vengeful Ghost.
So zooplanktons are little tiny animals that are larvae that will eventually get bigger, or sometimes they always stay like a plankton. But phytoplanktons are just little tiny microscopic animals. Plants. They can also settle in areas and grow to a bigger plant or a bigger algae, but they'll stay as plant life. They won't be animals. Thoughts on bioluminescent dinoflagellates?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, sorry guys, I just don't want to get into the
sorry.
questionable activities of some marine animals. No, it's okay. I just even for educational purposes, I don't know if Twitch will let that one fly.
Yeah, if you want to look it up, just look up, like, kidnapping sea otters. Sea otters kidnap
Yeah.
and do things.
They
yeah.
do be kind of little nasty boys.
Yeah, it's just the males, though. The females, as usual, are just chilling.
Yeah.
And it's the males that are the terrible ones.
Look, the males
so
are a
sorry about
problem
that.
in a lot of species, including the human.
But thanks for that really cool question about underwater plants.
Yeah, that was such a good question.
And they give off little oxygen bubbles. It's really cool to see sometimes. Narwhals. Looking for commotion, like I just did.
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. A classic.
On porpoise. Doing those puns
Will
on
the
porpoise.
sea otters offer me bird seeds? I still need my fix. I mean medicinal bird seeds.
Yeah, you do.
We had I don't know if you saw, Ellie, but the TikTok that went up today was of Doug's prescription.
Oh! Oh man, I remember writing that up. I mean,
Doug got that very, very legitimately from a doctor. Yeah, very legitimately. Also,
Yep.
otters would definitely not share bird seeds with you.
No, they wouldn't.
They'd be
They're
like,
very
no.
It's just the males that are not so good. That's it.
Problem children.
What are the little squid guys that can camouflage? All squid guys can camouflage. Squids and octopus are like the best at camouflaging. They're just covered in photoreceptors, and they can just change to match their environment. Also, fish can change colors. Fish have color changing abilities. Some have it easier than others. If you put them in a light background, they become more washed out. If you put them in a colorful background, they become more vibrant. Not many people know. That's a good fun fact, actually. All fish can change color to some degree. Yeah.
I'm curious. Is the same thing that allows chameleons to change the color of their skin the same thing that happens with octopuses and like cuttlefish? Or is it a different process?
I think it's probably more complicated for chameleons, but
maybe. I know that they're more, like, I believe that their color changing is more based on temperature and mood. So...
Now, this is definitely just like they see a background and they change to it.
Yeah. I just wasn't... I'm curious if the the actual pigmentation process is similar or if they're different.
Give me a second, I'll look it up for you.
Yeah.
Chameleon...
I never thought about it until just now, but...
Color change.
Are fish friends or food? Why not both?
¿Por qué no los dos? Oh no, they do completely different types of things. They're rearranging a lattice of nanocrystals in one of the top layers of their skins. Chameleons usually do their best to blend in the background when they don't blah blah blah. So they have like crystals.
Interesting. Chameleons be wildin'.
Dang. So yeah, I guess it's more complicated it's definitely more complicated for chameleons, where it's much easier for squids and octopus. Octopodes, actually, that's the correct. So
Is that
I
what?
know somebody.
Octopodes?
Yes.
That's so cute!
That's the correct. So you could say octopuses. It's not actually octopi. It's octopodes.
That's adorable! Octopody? What the heck?
The person who studies octopuses, she's like, it's not actually octopi, because people ask all the time, and so she had to look it up, and it's octopodes. Yeah. Or you can say octopuses.
Octopi.
Octopi. But it's octopody.
Octopody? That's so cute.
Yeah, that's the correct way of saying, if you want to get really technical about, like, the Greek pronunciation, Latin, whatever. Yeah. What do you thought of big fin squid? They're really cool. Would I be too terrified to run into it? I don't think it would be interested in me. And probably, it's really fast swimmer, and it would whiz by me. Like, seriously.
It would just be like, bye, bitch.
Yeah. Also, people are like, my octopus teacher, you need to watch that. All the marine biologists I know, and me included, are very concerned with the man who's very connected to an octopus that way. We're like, dude, it's an octopus.
Wait,
like, you can learn
my octopus teacher? What?
That's a really famous documentary on Netflix, by the way.
That's
And
how... Oh my god.
He is obsessed unhealthily.
Is it like that man that fell in love with the dolphin?
Yes, but he pretends not to fall in love with the octopus.
No,
Like,
he
he's...
pretends not to. But we don't believe him.
This octopus has taught me so much about life. It's weird. People keep telling me to watch it. I'm like, I don't really gonna watch a man who's obsessing about an octopus. Like,
Flam, I'll tell you about the dolphin thing later.
yeah.
Oh god. Don't look it up if you're under the age of 18. Chat.
Yes, don't. People are weird.
People are weird.
Wildlife
IRL.
harassment. Yeah, stop touching animals in the wild.
Yeah. Well, this wasn't in the wild. It was in an aquarium, which makes it worse.
Oh, that's way worse.
Yeah. The trainers let him into the pool.
Oh my god. I don't... Why does this sound familiar?
Probably because there have been documentaries written about it. Or, like, made about it. Like, video documentaries. You've probably seen it or heard of it, at least. It's pretty... He wrote a whole book about it. Like, somebody let him actually get famous.
Don't touch aquatic life.
Yep.
Instead, touch grass.
Yes.
Please, for the sake of Doug.
Yeah, go touch grass. Don't touch aquatic life.
And talk to people, real people. That aren't your family. Like, make human connections. That's my thing.
Human connections.
It's good for you. That's how we were engineered. Even if you're introvert, you know, have your one cool friend that you love talking to. Like, yeah. Touch grass, make human connections, you know.
Don't anthropomorphize real animals. Anthropomorphize cartoon animals, because that's what they're there for.
Yeah. But it's
they're
really
already anthropomorphized.
Make the connection with grass and a friend. Make a friend.
Lay down in the grass, roll around. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I can't out.
Okay.
Oh.
We're coming up on 4 hours. I feel like we've covered a majority of the burning questions. So I think it is time to wrap it up. Oh my goodness. May I kitchen gun? Yes, we can get a kitchen gun in before the end of the stream.
I'm gonna touch ocean tomorrow. That's what I'm doing tomorrow.
You are touching ocean tomorrow.
Gonna be in a boat.
For 12 hours. This kitchen is so hard to clean. If only there was an easier way.
Bum, 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 bum,
New
bum.
kitchen gun.
This is the best thing
Sparkles like new. Yeah, all clean again. I love you, kitchen gun. Just reach out some kitchen gun. Say goodbye, Dirt.
I'm just getting the acapella version of this
Yeah,
right now.
all clean again. Do 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 do.
I didn't hear any kitchen gun. Just you.
Yep,
Just you, Gabe.
just me. I know, that's why kitchen gun, people, they love to redeem it when nobody, like, when I am in, when people are around me in Boiling Point, because I have to sing it, while people can only hear me over the local sound.
So
I know, so I'm just like, PT tried to sing along with me once, it was so bad, it was so funny. Oh my god.
You know, I think I was doing the beginning part, because, like, I've heard it so much. Like, you know what I mean? Kitchen gun's been on your stream for such a long time.
Kitchen gun is OG. Kitchen gun's been around forever.
Yo, guys, I've been here since first stream.
Yeah, Ellie encouraged me to start streaming.
You know what?
Alright, you know what, Ellie? I'm gonna leave you to chat with them for a minute, because I do have to go to the bathroom, and we're drawing this out, so I'll be right back.
This is what we do.
Have fun talking to Ellie.
So what happened is that Sky was like, yo, do you think I should stream? And I was like, my god, you have to stream. You have to stream. Not like, should you stream? Like, you need to stream. I need you to be streaming. And I begged her to stream. And I begged her to let me mod. I just thought interesting, you know, I've been here forever. Yeah, that's so true. Let's see, what else we got? Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon? Ooh. Why you gotta choose between
Ellie
Yu-Gi-Oh
literally
and Pokemon?
just bullied our favorite cow into streaming. Thank Ellie chat.
Yeah, I literally did. I was like, you should do it. You should do it. why haven't you done it yet? I like really like bothered her about it into like, and then I bothered her into making me her mod. I was like, you have to make me your mod. You have to. Yeah, I felt bad for making her sleep. Like go. I mean, like, you have to use the restroom. Thank you. Thank you. You don't have to follow me, but thank you. I occasionally stream when I want to play a game and nobody else wants to play it. How long have I been a marine biologist? Well, I said at the very beginning stream. So I started as an amateur marine biologist in 2016. And then 2 years after that, I became a full-bred marine biologist. So I've been a full-bred marine biologist for about 4 years. I'm very happy with my life. A lot of people told me that I couldn't be a marine biologist. A lot of people told me that I should get a different job. A lot of people told me I wouldn't find a job. And I thought, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to try to follow what I want to do first. I'm going to try it, and then if I fail, at least I'll have a college degree. But I want to try before I give up on it. There's a lot of people in this world who are going to tell you to give up on something before you've even tried it. And sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's okay. Like, hey, you shouldn't like touch a hot pan. Like, don't try touching hot pans, but like stuff where it's like, maybe I can be an architect. Maybe I can be an engineer. Like, just because it's hard doesn't mean it's not worth it. It's been very, very hard. Like, I've had to work hard. Not super hard, but it's been hard. And I'm really glad that I pursued my dream. And I'm really glad that I'm living my dream. And I'm glad I didn't listen to people, especially adults. I was in a profession where I was trying to be an environmental scientist before I started my master's. And I left it to become a marine biologist. And these adults told me, who were like in their 40s and 50s, who were unhappy with their life, told me that I shouldn't do this. I won't get me anywhere, and I'm giving up on a big mistake. And I'm really glad that I did not, that I didn't give up, and I didn't listen to those stupid people, because I'm getting to live my best life, and I get to be a marine biologist, and I get to work with the ocean. And when I finally do kick the bucket, I'll look back and I'll be like, you know what? I'm really glad that I tried to do what I wanted to do. Because, guys, as long as you try, as long as you try something, there's no hurt in trying it. You can always back out later. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be immortal, that's true. Don't commit arson. That's not something you should try. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this and maybe make you follow your own dreams. Because I think it's very important to do that. To try and do something that'll make you passionate in life. Because I've seen people who have jobs that aren't passionate about, and they have to work up every day and do them. And there's some people who just have to do those jobs and they don't have the luxury like I do, and I totally understand it's a luxury. But try to strive to make your dream possible. And sometimes you get new dreams, right? It's not always the same dream. Arson. You think you need to have a dream first? Dreams come in all shapes and sizes and different times.
Just like Ellie, chat do what makes you happy in life. Follow her example.
It just sucks that some people have the mindset thinking, yep, exactly. I think it's also, some people are afraid and sad that you will succeed when they didn't follow through with it. And it's a good way to show them up, Also, from personal experience, if you have a lot of stuff you want to do, that's cool. Yeah, if you don't want to stick with one thing, you know what I mean? Sample platter. Sample that appetizer, baby. Do a bunch of things, right? Oh, you're in art college? Oh my god, that's so hard.
Losers.
No, that's bad. Well, to the people who say no to your dream, yeah. But yeah, there's so many people tired who are gonna be like, don't do that. But the most important thing is to make sure you find a life for yourself and the thing that makes you passionate, right? So if you're passionate about something, you'll find a way to make yourself live off of it. Like Sky has. Sky does all this art right now. She's waking up.
I do.
Right? Yeah.
I came back on the tail end of this. Just
I was talking
remember,
about-
chat, anybody that tells you not to live their dreams is just a bitter person who gave up on their own.
Yeah, you don't have to have a dream job either.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have to. If your dream is to be a barista and make pottery or to make comics in your room, that's fine. You know, just make sure you can live off of it, right? Some people chase a dream just for the sake because it seems cool. And it's what they think they want, and then they get there and they're like, "Wow, I worked hard for like what?" Make sure it's what you want, right? Work hard for what you actually want, not for what you think you should have and what you think everybody else wants you to have. Because you're the one who's living with it.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend who was told to be a doctor, and she didn't really want that, and she worked really hard for it, and ended up dropping out of a Ivy League school because she just couldn't be a doctor anymore. No matter how much you pursue it, it has to be something you want. Yeah, I love it for me. Yep. Yeah. Just make sure you can feed yourselves. That's all I ask.
But I have so many dreams. Well, that's just a bucket list.
Yeah.
You also don't have to make a career out of everything you're passionate about. I think that's something like that we've really been incentivized to do in like hustle culture, especially like millennials. We make businesses out of all of our hobbies, and then we can't have fun doing anything.
Yep.
That's why, like, I very specifically, like, I've found streaming is like that perfect niche of being able to make money doing art, but not have to take commissions to make money doing art. And that's like a very fine line for me. Like, this is an artistic endeavor, but not something that I have to take on clients and do all of that. Like, I do it occasionally for fun, but not because I have to. That being said, some people are just like commission machines and they love it. It just depends.
Sometimes you gotta work a crappy job to get where you want in your lifetime, right? So
yeah,
Sniper was just like they worked a job they didn't like for 10 years, but then they ended up being able to find something new. You can always find something new, right?
That's freaking awesome, honestly. Yeah. It's also never too late. Like, if you realize that you are miserable, do not be afraid to change your life. Because, like, that's a huge thing that I've seen, like, people that I care about go through of, like, I'm miserable, but I feel like I'm too far along in my life to, like, change it. And it's, like, not even.
Yeah, pivot to a point that you can live and then make the jump.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm not all for those people who are, like, the hype culture that's, like, I quit my job and I did, like, do it comfortably so you can eat.
Yeah.
But, like, make the life you want to live so that when you look back on your life, like, I'm so proud of myself for all the things that I've done. And I'm very happy. And I'll know that when I pass, whatever route that I end up taking, I know that I pursued marine biology to the fullest I could.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, you know? So I'm really happy about that.
Yeah. I have definitely fallen into the perfect career for me. It gives me the opportunity to be creative, but also to make ample use of my extremely outgoing personality and ability to talk for hours on end about nothing and everything and have people be engaged.
Stuff_fluff cheered. X100. Always remember, everyone. Life ends when you die. No matter how many times you feel stuck or lost, there's always more going ahead.
So true.
So Jex says, change your life responsibly.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. So somebody's asking me, how did you fall in love with marine biology? I don't remember. It's just always been something I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm lucky. I'm one of those kids who, like, knew what they wanted to do. Like, everyone's like, I want to be a fireman. I was like 7. I was like, I'm a marine biologist. Like, I just knew. Like, ocean has always been a call for me. Like, I don't remember, like, most people, like, somebody told me, I don't remember a time I couldn't read. I don't remember a time that I couldn't swim. Like, I don't remember just not being able to swim. I always remember being able to swim. And when I finally got to, like, a point where I was really starting my marine biology career, I got a little scared because I was like, I've been working for this for such a long time. What if I don't like it?
Mm-hmm.
And thank God I was like, it worked out and I was in love.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
like, it's okay to be afraid of achieving a dream or achieving a point in your life.
Yeah.
Just as long as you follow through and, like, let yourself, like, let's say, like somebody just said they went through their life trying to do this and they realized they dropped it, it's okay to drop something that you think you've always wanted. Because guess what? How you know you didn't like it until you tried it, right?
I'm
So
bored,
try
let's
everything.
start some arson. Mother, can I start some
Oh, that's
arson?
rude.
Okay, well, I'm doing
Yeah.
it.
That's getting skipped.
That's not cool.
Sorry you're bored. Get over it.
Yeah.
We're it's not it's
great
not about
at.
you, bitch.
Yeah. That's very rude.
Anyway. What was we were talking about passions, following your passions. Something you said was like you got scared when you got like close to your goal, and thankfully it worked out. And I think something of note is that like there were a lot of times in my life that I let people convince me out of doing things that I really wanted to do, because they were like, well, it's a really competitive field, so like it's gonna be hard for you to flourish there. And it's like, and I let that kind of intention like affect me and dissuade me from pursuing things. Like, I really wanted to illustrate children's books in like in a lot of like most of high school and early into college. That was like my goal, and I let people convince me out of it because they were like, it's a really competitive market, it's gonna be really hard for you to like get work there. And I was just like, oh shit. And I let people who didn't even like I I got beef with a lot of my family, and that was something one of my uncles told me, who's a fucking doctor, by the way. He has no idea. He has no concept of what it takes to be an illustrator. And I was like, but he was like, that's gonna be really hard. And he did it. He said it to me at an influential point when I was like trusting of adults in my life. I don't trust anybody. I have a problem with authority now because adults have put their shit on me so much in my youth that now I'm like, fuck you guys. Like, if you haven't earned my respect, like, I don't just respect people for being old anymore. But yeah, he was like, it's really hard to like self-publish any kind of books. That's probably gonna be a really difficult. Yeah. That's probably going to be a really difficult path. And I was like, oh shit. Like, I just assumed that he had some reason to be telling me this, that like he had some insight. But the reality is he didn't. He's just a bitter fucker. Like,
yeah.
And
so
I was
I
just
actually,
like, you know,
I had something similar.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, that's it. It's just like, don't let people convince you that like they know better about what you're doing. And like now, you know, kind of the beauty of pursuing what I'm pursuing is like, you know, if if I get really famous, all influencers get to be a fucking New York Times bestselling author at some point, right? So I can just make a children's book.
You can make one now.
I mean, yeah, I could do it. I could do it now, but I don't have like the time or enthusiasm to do it currently. But like, you know.
Yeah, you know. So my my uncle, who's a lawyer, who owns a law firm, they were like, they like marine biology a lot. Like they've actually like helped fund part of my dream as a very nice thing. So very nice of them. Very nice of them to do that. I really appreciate them. But the thing is that they told me the same thing. You're not going to get a job.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a job. It's hard to get a job.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I said to them, because my mother had a similar experience as Sky. Her whole life, she said she wanted to be an architect. She wanted to do this. She wanted to do that. And like people kept telling her, like, you can't do that. You're a woman, because she's an older guys, right? You know, you're a woman. Women become secretaries and teachers, and you know that's all they do. And she let them do that. So she told me that I should do what I want to do. Right? You know, I had somebody in my life who did that. But she also told me the same thing. Because, to be honest, being a marine biologist has very, very small job market. Right?
Yeah.
But even as a kid, I was like, you know, or high school, I was like, you know, I don't want to be a lawyer. Because I could have been a lawyer. Like, my uncle told me I had what it takes. And he would have hired me if I would have gone through all that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you know, if you sure you don't want to do that, it'd be a much easier job. And I realized I was like, no, I'm gonna do. They would quiz me about it. They would make sure that I knew the job market. You know, I don't think it was as rude as Sky's. They were just trying to make sure, they were just trying to look out for me to make sure I fed myself.
Yeah.
It was more like a, wanting to make sure I was really passionate about it. But, just keep telling yourself what you want and you'll eventually find out, right?
Yeah.
So it was just the people when I worked at that. Oh, I almost said the agency name.
Whoops.
Whoops, I almost said the agency name, but I worked at
Hot
this
take.
agency.
Ellie, write a kid's book about your giant sea bass, and Sky can illustrate it.
Oh
It'd be
my
cute.
god, that would be
That'd
cute.
be very cute. But yeah, so like the agency I worked at was a government agency, and the people there were bitter, and they just told me I was making a mistake. They said it to my face. These 50-year-old people, and it was just like Sky said, they're bitter people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was almost gonna death myself.
Yeah. They got put on a specific track for their life, and they expect everybody else to follow the same
And
track.
they were all sad. These people, the reason why I didn't work there, they were all sad. It was a good government job, but it was sad people. Sad people that hated their job, and they wanted me to get this job for some reason. And when I was like, I'm gonna go get my master's.
Yeah.
I'm going to school, and they're like, you're making a mistake. Like, one person was really mean about it. The only person who was nice about it was the boss. And she's like, you deserve it. Get out of here. Like, yeah. But anyways, that's it. That's enough of my rant,
Mm-hmm.
Follow your passions responsibly. Make sure you can feed yourself.
Yeah. It's completely reasonable to do a regular job on the side and pursue your passions. Never too late to change direction if you've, gotten into a career that inevitably ends up making you, miserable. That was something, that I imparted to Tech Husband. It was early on when we were dating, and he was running his own business, and he would come home, and his primary client, we had a very, it'll probably be fine. He literally called her Hell Client.
Oh.
And I was like, you are spending day in and day out with this person that you cannot stand to work for. So why not just not do it anymore? I was like, you have a skill set where you could get another job. But he had people telling him, I'll just say that he would be miserable in the normal job market and stuff like that because he had worked for himself for so long. And I was like, nah.
Yeah, people are going to tell you so much how to live your life, and they're not going to even suggest things to you.
Mm-hmm.
They tell you instead of suggesting. So, let's all as a collective group, suggest rather than tell.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like,
Or just don't offer advice where it's not asked for. How about that?
Exactly, too.
Keep it to your fucking self if someone doesn't ask for it. How about that? Support people in their dreams. That's what I say. If you're passionate about something and you want to make a career out of it, fucking go for it. And don't let anybody tell you can't. Because the reality of the world that we live in now is that people, the job that I am doing right now did not exist even 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Never let someone tell you that your job doesn't exist, because you can make it exist. That's the beauty of it.
But if it's killing you, maybe back off a bit. Yeah. Don't people, especially in streaming industry, they work their body to the bone without enjoying life. Remember to enjoy life, right? Take the moment, live in the moment. Look at the moon.
Remember to treat yourself.
Go outside, look at the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Go outside and sit in a park for a bit. I know most people are like, oh, outside is bad. No, outside good. Outside good for you.
Y'all, when I get too stressed, I literally walk out into my backyard, lay down in the grass, and just lay there for an hour.
So nice.
And just soak up the vitamin D. Get some sun. It helps. It really can improve your mood. Yeah.
We are engineered to be this way. People are like, oh, outside, internet's all about that. No, you are stop telling yourself that. Go outside for a bit. Anywhere.
Reese does join me. She'll walk laps. It's so funny. She'll walk laps around the yard while I'm laying there, and every once in a while she'll just come and stand over me and be like, you okay? It's so funny.
Or go to a library or something, a nice place.
Yeah. Libraries are good. I love going to used bookstores when I just need like a pick me up. Our local used bookstore has like a store cat. He's such a cutie. He's just vibing all the time.
Cute. You can always make your life change.
Yeah.
You can always change your life, even when you think like, no, I'm stuck. You can take small steps to change your life. It starts with one little thing. I swear to you.
I did take you there, Flam. I take everybody there because it's my favorite used bookstore in the area.
It's a good store.
It's
a good store.
It's just like the most like used bookstore, like a used bookstore right out of a movie. You know, like it's a little cluttered. It's got a cat. It's got that good book smell. Oh, can you take me? Yeah. I'll do a phone live stream someday. And I'll take you guys to the bookstore with me, and we'll look at all of the my addiction to fucking comic books. Specifically graphic novels. I fucking love graphic novels. Oh.
Yeah.
I bet the shopkeep is a wizard or something. For sure.
They were very cool. They loved my pins.
They were so everybody that works there is so nice. They're great. I just love the area that I live in, to be honest. It just has a great little mini downtown. It's got a real cozy vibe.
Got a very cute downtown. I love the place that I live in too.
Yeah.
It's very different than Sky's.
Yeah, very different. The reason that when we moved here, the reason that we moved to this area, which I'm not going to name specifically, but the reason we moved here is actually because it reminded us of home. Like, it reminded us of kind of the main strip in Kentucky. Yeah. And so I like it because it has kind of a small town vibe, which is cool.
I was talking to somebody. I think I told you my she's somebody I met in another stream, and she's kind of parasocial. She thinks she knows about my life, and she doesn't. Like, it's so strange. But like, she's having such a hard time because she just won't go to the freaking ocean, and that's what I do. I take time off and I go to the ocean, you know?
Just minding my own business, flying around this yard. Oh wait,
Vex
is
Vaughn
that
cheered,
Art Woman laying down on the
X500,
ground?
a little
But
something.
why? I gonna check. Art Woman, wake up. We have summer cookies. Yes, some cookies, my special birdseed cookies. Do you want some?
Yes.
Well, either way,
yes.
I gonna put the cookie on top of your face.
Yay!
Here, smile.
Thanks for the cookie.
I didn't get a cookie? Wait!
You can have part of mine. Also, Vex Vaughn, thank you for the biddies. I really appreciate it.
Douglas, I do so much for you. Douglas, do you know how much I do for you? And you're just going to, just not give me any cookies?
Yeah.
Like, Douglas, this is like the first time we can interact, like, ever. And you're just gonna, give me the silent treatment?
Yep. It's the silent treatment for you.
Douglas, my man, my dude. I introduced you to your good friend Ashley. I can't believe
can't
you.
Forget Ellie, here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Ellie gets a cookie too.
I get a cookie, thank you.
Ellie
Douglas.
was really upset there for a minute.
I was. I've had no food. I'm getting hangry.
But yeah, Flam, when you said Flam was like one of my favorite things about visiting you was going to all the little shops and stuff. Yes.
I'm still taking questions. You can give me a question. Sorry,
cookies for all.
Oh my god. Oh no, it's the sister question. What's it gonna be?
I'm very worried.
We had like 30 minutes of inspirational conversation that wasn't specifically about. That's okay. Yeah, it's sister question. Watch out, guys.
I'm hungry. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to get seafood?
Yeah, we're all gonna go eat seafood after this.
Where are you? You said you were gonna take questions. You can't just leave us silent like this. Type faster.
I know, she really came in here and was like, are you still taking questions? And then left.
What do you mean, no? Why no starfish?
Because starfish aren't fish.
They're sea stars, you know this. The fishy star.
Oh,
this is. What are you? God. Are you spamming? Did you come here to just spam?
I think she's just here to be a problem child.
She is.
Sushi's on me if that's the case. Let's go. Vex is paying for sushi.
Yes, you get paid. I pay you with hugs and kisses.
Maybe sushi's what I'll get. Do I want crab legs or do I want sushi? That's the real question.
Okay, actual question. All right, go. What are we doing now? Who's doing what now? My sister's torturing me. Pinky.
We're
Get her.
waiting for Pinky to ask the final question, and then we're gonna raid somebody.
Get her. Get her, chat. Get Pinky. Give her hugs. Consensually. If she's okay with that. How long could a goldfish... Oh! Okay, well, that's Nicole. I mean, whoever you are. I didn't just dox you. But I dox you all the time, actually.
Shark, thanks for the follow.
Pinky, you can... goldfish cannot live in the ocean at all. It dies in the sun.
They're fresh
I was
water.
trying to make sure Karen Douglas didn't see me giving out cookies,
Oh.
Eli.
Oh.
She's watching right now.
She really is. Oh my god.
Oh,
I'm-
God.
She's probably getting mad at me for talking about following your dreams. Right? Like, you know, being unrealistic. But, so let me talk about goldfish. Can I talk about goldfish real quick?
Yeah.
We can go. Goldfish are a huge problem. Do not release your goldfish into the wild. They are actually causing problems in the ecosystem.
Mhm.
They're
What
eating
kind of
local
fish only
population.
comes out at night? A starfish.
Oh my god.
No, because I'm the superstar. I'm already out. Goldfish become basically koi and carp. They are very, very, very good at living in the ponds. People will just release their goldfish into ponds and they kill all the local population. They're very, very bad for the environment. Please do not release your goldfish into the wild, especially in Florida. Florida has a huge problem, just like Florida always has huge problems with invasive species. So if you don't want your goldfish anymore, give it to a child. Okay?
Mhm.
But don't flushing down the toilets to just kill them.
Yeah.
So don't just give it to a child if you want to get rid of it. I'm sure
Or just don't get fish in the first place if you can't commit to actually taking care of them. How about that, bitch?
Yeah, goldfish get big and they eat everything in the pond, they eat all the local fish, and then you have a problem. But yeah. There's a fish that's invasive, but it's invasive not because of animals, but because it's a hitchhiker. It's called the snakehead. And it will jump into boats and jump from river to river in boats. And it will crawl. It can actually crawl. It's crazy.
Wild.
It's a crazy fish. It's a freshwater fish.
A little
And that's
weirdo.
It is a little weirdo. I saw a presentation about they were trying to do what's the hardest things for to call on.
Last question.
What's the last question?
What's the name of the fish that suck on sharks?
Oh, remora.
Thank you.
That was a live question from my sister.
That was a live Pinky question. Whoa, whoa.
I don't know why she didn't just type it in chat, but things happen. Hi, Peach. All right, should we raid somebody? I don't want to keep going. We can keep going.
Yeah. Let me find someone to raid real quick. Let me see who's live right now.
It's koi is fine to have in the pond, but putting it in where it doesn't belong, that's different. She's got a chair.
I was really hoping that I follow this VTuber called Noctopus, which is an octopus on top of a woman's head. So it's like an octopus controlling an anime woman. I'll have to link you to them, but they're not live right now, which is tragic.
If I was a VTuber, I'd be like the guardian of the seven seas. That'd be like
so
my
true.
that would be like my shtick. It'd be great.
Who could... You know what? I think we'll raid Hoshi tonight. Yeah.
A turtle got mugged by a gang of snails. Detective Rabbit of the Wildlife Police came out to take his statement. He asked the turtle, "Can you give me a description of the assailants?" The turtle replied, "I don't know. It all happened so fast."
Oh my god.
Congrats on getting a new car, Sniper.
Oh my god. I can't.
I love it. I'm happy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. I appreciate it. Okay, let me see.
I hope you guys enjoyed the 10K Ask a Marine Biologist stream. I had fun.
Yeah.
This is basically a me and Sky chat.
It really was. We were vibing.
we are not allowed to be talking to each other at late at night because we just don't.
Here's
get off
okay,
the
wait.
call.
Do you want to go to Hoshi or do you guys want to go to one of the editors? Because both Ferret and Matt are live right now. Matt's live. I think he and PT are still doing their Soul Link Nuzlocke. So do you guys want Pokemon? Ferret's doing Dead Space.
Oh, let's get Ferret. Let's get him. Let's get Spooky.
Let's get spooky. Ellie's not streaming.
Should I start streaming just to end the just to like let you guys go nowhere? I gotta get off. I'm gonna watch I'm gonna watch a baseball game.
Yeah.
Of a nondescript team.
Yes.
Well, I'm in Los Angeles. I'm a Dodger fan.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Los Angeles is a big place. It's fine.
It's a big place. Come and get me. No, don't come and get me.
No,
don't come and get
don't
me.
find Ellie.
Don't find Ellie. Just go to the ocean and be like, Ellie, where are you? That's what you should do. If you want to find me, go look for the ocean.
You know what? I'm gonna check really quickly and make sure that let's
Ferret's
see.
not gonna leave.
I think Ferret just recently went live, but I want to make sure. Yeah, he's only been live for an hour and a half, so it's probably fine.
No, you
Is
can.
he texting right now? He's
Ferret.
on his fucking phone.
Yeah, you have to go into the water, splash the water 3 times, and I will rise out of the ocean.
Oh,
That's
my
how you
God.
summon me.
Matt's wearing a fucking Hawaiian shirt. Okay, I am
What are we doing? We doing
going to.
spooky
I
or-
think I'm gonna do Ferret because he's been live less time. I feel like 3 hours is usually the upward limit of the other guys. All right, everybody, get in the fucking raid. Go harass editor Ferret. Spook him with some scary noises. I believe in you all. Make sure you copy that raid message that
Yes,
Flam
spook him.
has posted. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all of your wonderful marine biology questions. Thanks for letting us get a little sappy at the end. I appreciate you all. It's been an absolutely wonderful stream. If you haven't already and you'd like to, make sure you check out the Discord to be notified when I'm going live and to become a member of the community. Also, if you'd like to follow me anywhere else, you can check out the !socials link.
Chat, see you next stream where I teach you to summon the Kraken.
No, we're not summoning the Kraken.
I can teach you to summon the Kraken. I can do it.
Oh my God. But you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. I post my content all over the place, wherever you prefer to consume it. That is where I am. And then if you'd like to support me in any other way, you can check out my shop, skytea.com. We've got special limited edition fall/Halloween stuff in there right now, as well as pins, stickers, and all sorts of other apparel, and the Y Gender One plushie stuff. So I appreciate you guys so much. We'll be back on Friday for our regularly scheduled Slime Rancher. But until then, I will see you all next time. Goodbye,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye! Ocean's not scary. Don't be afraid of the ocean. Ugh.